2 of the International Conference on Palestine Studies 2024. I hope you had a restful evening and are ready for another day of insightful discussions. To bring our day, we have here His Excellency Dr. Hussam Zomlo. With us, he's the Palestinian ambassador in the United Kingdom, and he's a Palestinian diplomat, academic, and economist. He was appointed as the head of the Palestinian mission to the United Kingdom in October 2018. Before his posting to the UK, he served as the head of the PLO mission to the United States that was closed by the President Donald Trump administration. So, Dr. Hussam Zomlo, he have a very, very extensive experience about the Palestinian cause and about the Palestinian genocide that currently ongoing now in Gaza. And we are very proud to have Dr. Hussam Zomlo with us. Dr. Hussam, you may start.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Good morning, my brothers and sisters, colleagues, friends. It is an honor, truly an honor to be even virtually at the University of Malaya, a renowned university. I've always wanted to visit the great country of Malaysia and the great University of Malaya. And this is an opportunity to thank the Norma Hashim, the founder of the Hashim Sani Center for Palestine, and also Professor Muhammad Nazari, the director of the center, and our friend Muhammad Al-Aqad, the co-organizer, the International Institute of the Advanced Islamic Studies. And indeed, I am also very, very honored to be part of this conference, joining a very impressive list of speakers. Many of them are old friends, and hoping that I will make new friends among this very exceptional list of academics and experts on the issue of Palestine in particular and international affairs in general. And I wish I was physically with you, and the organizers must promise me that next time they will insist that I'll be physically with you. It would be a great opportunity to visit a beloved country and a beloved nation, our brothers and sisters in Malaysia. There were many opportunities before, but unfortunately they were missed. So maybe soon I'll be having the honor to join you. Now, the theme of your conference is very timely and very telling. It is the genocide in Gaza, and the title is right to begin your conversation from there, because there are so many people around the world, politicians, particularly in the West, including here in the UK, who doubt that this is a genocide, and we are telling them, whether at the highest level of the government or in the parliament or in any other spheres in the public sphere, that if this is not a genocide, then what is a genocide? If not the killing and the targeting of tens of thousands, according to the latest official count, now we're talking about 150,000 killed and maimed. 150,000, that's more than 6% of the population of Gaza. And if the use of starvation and disease as weapons of war is not a genocide, then what is? If the displacement of the entire population of Gaza is not a genocide, then what is? And the squeezing of the entire population in the narrowest of areas in Gaza, the complete depopulation of the north, and the north in size, in area, is 1/3 of Gaza, but it is also inhabited by a half of the population in Gaza. It's the most dense area on the face of Earth, and therefore terminology matters, particularly in light of the ruling of the International Court of Justice already in January, declaring that the case brought by South Africa and several other countries against Israel for committing the crime of genocide, the court concluded that the accusation, the charge against Israel is plausible, and it is plausible that Israel is committing genocide. So once judges of the globe, the ICJ is the highest court globally, once it does say that, it concludes that the conversation should be over. But you are all aware that there is a whole great deal of business, particularly in the West, for whitewashing Israel, for diversion and distraction, for shielding Israel from any actual accountability. So it is a genocide, and I am from Gaza, and I follow with my family and with my friends almost on a daily basis. And what I hear is beyond the description, beyond the comprehension of any human being. In the last few days and nights, people have been sleeping standing, literally standing in tents in the Mawasi area and all these so-called shelters, simply because of the winter, the rain, the sea that has literally swamped thousands of these tents, because they are not tents that are prepared for winter. It's as simple as that. And the level of suffering and the level of human need is unprecedented in recent human history. And in the north, Israel has completely and utterly depopulated the whole area. And you are aware of reports of complete and utter starvation. Famine is in the north. And they are going home after home, destroying the homes, killing the male population, and letting women and children on a death march, literally death march towards the south, because they are still attacked as they are walking southward. And the same thing is happening in the south. In Rafah, the city of my birth, where entire populations have been forced out, where systematic destructions of property, infrastructure is undergoing. And at the same time, Israel is building infrastructure, including roads and what have you, that indicates that the real actual intention is to remain in a semi-permanent situation in the occupied Gaza Strip. And now all this is not news to you. All of you are following what is happening. But what is important to stress is that while all of our eyes are on Gaza, while we are bleeding for Gaza, Israel is doing the same in the West Bank, in the occupied West Bank, including Jerusalem. And the Israeli real greed, the real plan is in the West Bank. The ideological battle is there. The existential battle is there, particularly Jerusalem and the surrounding areas. And what they're doing in the West Bank needs our full attention. Our full attention. Maybe it's a slower genocide than the West Bank, but it's the same playbook. It's the same tactics. It's the same policies. And entire communities in the West Bank have been depopulated, forced, mass expulsion, particularly in the area of Hebron, Al-Khalil, Masafer Yatta, and what have you. And you are all following invasions and raids in Jenin and Nablus and all over the West Bank, and the provocations, the very serious provocations in and around Jerusalem, particularly in Al-Haram al-Sharif, Al-Aqsa. And you know, we all know that Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem is the most sensitive area in the body of the Palestinian people and perhaps the region and the world. The moment you touch it, the Palestinian people would shake up, as we did through our history. And there are fanatical elements within the Israeli current government that are adamant and insisting on turning Jerusalem as a flashpoint again by invading Al-Aqsa Mosque on a regular basis, the likes of Ben Gvir, extremists. And by the way, we cannot belittle the whole thing and just paint it as the problem is in few ministers. This is a much bigger problem, because the genocide in Gaza and the attacks in the West Bank have almost the full backing of the Israeli public, regrettably so. And also, we haven't seen any real challenge by the mainstream Israeli political parties. It has also the support for what Israel has been doing in Gaza and the West Bank, both in terms of the murder and in terms of the colonial project and the theft of land. But it's also important to note here, my friends, that while we have witnessed the first ever live streamed genocide in real time over the last 14 months. This isn't just about the last 14 months. The Western media would like to depict it, to portray it as if history began on the 7th of October. And you may have followed all the media coverage and reports and interrogations with us rather than even interviews. And we insisted and we continue to insist that history began 100 years ago or even more. And this is a people's struggle. And that the same tactics have been happening. Let us remember that 2/3 of the Palestinian people were forcibly removed from our homes and farms already 76 years ago. 2/3 who have become refugees. Let us remember that 80% of the Gaza population are refugees themselves, including myself, by the way. I was born in the Rafah refugee camp, Shabura, to the very south of Gaza. And therefore, it is rather also important not only to remind our friends and to remind the world that the genocide is not only happening in Gaza, it's also happening in the West Bank, but to add that the genocide is not only happening for the last 14 years, it's been for the last 14 months, it's been happening for almost a century. Because the Palestinian cause, my friends, is a cause that started with the ideology, with the mindset that canceled the Palestinian people. Cancelled. We have suffered a process of cancellation. And by the way, the country I'm serving as an ambassador in right this moment, the United Kingdom, Britain, has something to do with it. It was the Balfour Declaration in 1970 that actually, in 67 words of that infamous declaration, promised our land without consulting us and turned us, the native indigenous population of Palestine, and the Palestinian people are at the cradle of civilizations. Palestine has been a hub between East and West, the birthplace of Christianity and sacred to all Abrahamic religions. The people of Palestine are one of the most rooted and home to most civilizations. And then in one strike, a British colonial mindset at the time turned us into only non-Jewish minorities. So we, the owners of the land, and at the time we owned 96% of the land, and we were 98% of the population, we were turned into non-Jewish minorities. And then the whole Zionist mindset was that this is a land without a people. If you remember that mantra, that statement, a land without a people, for a people without a land. Now, for that statement to come true, for that lie to come true, they had to erase us. They had to cancel us, erase us, ethnically cleanse us, finish us off, name it, call it the way you want. And this has been happening over the course of 100 years. However, our people has made all these plans fail from the 48 Nakba, when many of us remained where we are despite the atrocities. When we have 2 million people now living all over historic Palestine, including Jaffa and Haifa and Naseret, remained in their home and flourished. And up all the way to now, and Gaza and our people refusing, despite the most atrocious, brutal, barbaric, inhumane attacks remaining on their land. And I think our people have already broken Israel's wish to actually erase the Palestinian people. And the heroism that came out of Gaza and out of Palestine in the last 14 months is simply heartwarming in every sense. The heroism of our doctors, and I'm sure you're following the stories of doctors who go and bury their own young children and sons, like Dr. Hussam Abu Safiye of Kamal Udwan Hospital in the north of Gaza, burying his 15-year-old son Ibrahim, and then immediately going to attend to his patients, to the wounded. And a few hours later, or a couple of days later, Israel sent a drone to actually attack him, to assassinate him. And he's the head of the hospital, by the way. And he was in intensive care until 48 hours ago, when, alhamdulillah, he has been released, said, because he's healing and recovering. And numerous numbers of doctors have been targeted. Our journalists, because of the failure of the international media to cover the genocide. Our journalists have become heroes, and not only heroes, they paid for it by their lives. Israel has killed more than 130 journalists in Gaza over the last 14 months. But the heroism and the professionalism in conveying and in sending the message is unmatched. This is the first time a genocide is being documented by the very, very people that are being genocided. This is the first time a war of extermination is being reported, captured by the very people that are being executed. Executed. And only last night I had the honor of attending an event, one of the most prestigious events for journalists here in London, where they give international awards for 3 categories on independent freelancers. And I was the proudest ambassador in the room that the 3 categories were received by Palestinian journalists from Gaza. Not only, by the way, not only for their heroism, not only for their dedication and devotion, but for their professionalism, the professional way in which they documented the atrocities and what is happening to their people. You've seen the teachers still yesterday intense, insisting to give our children a future and to give them education. And I must say, these tents, it's exactly how we started 76 years ago. We built tents to teach our children, and then these tents became universities. And we would repeat the same thing. Our tents, because they destroyed all of these infrastructure. The UN has come up with a statistic that in the last 14 months, Israel has destroyed 66% of all of Gaza's structures, Gaza Strip structures. That includes 70% of homes, 80% of schools, 90% of hospitals, and 100% of universities. All Gaza universities, and I'm speaking in the vicinity of a university. And the world knows that education is a lifeline for the Palestinian people. We have survived in main part, because our previous generations, our parents and grandparents invested heavily in our education. That's why they're targeting the universities and the schools and our education system. But I assure you that as we did all through our history, we will do it again and again and again to rebuild what Israel has destroyed, and to give our future, our children, a different future. Because our children, we have more than 625,000 school children in Gaza who have gone for the 2nd year without education. And therefore, the examples are so many of the heroism, of the resilience, of the inspiring acts, of the solidarity among the people. It breaks my heart, but it does also inspire me when I see children, our children, convening press conferences, because they know that the world has failed them. So they want to make sure that their message is being delivered. And in the last 14 months, the genocide has exposed the double standards of some international actors. I have to say, of the West in particular. The selectivity, the hypocrisy of Western governments, the hypocrisy. And it's very clear, it's absolutely clear that this system, the Western system, does look at Palestine from a different prism. When it comes to Israel, every rule collapses, disappears. Israel is above every law, is the exception to every rule. That's a fact. All the way to now, the ICC. I just heard a senior American senator only yesterday giving a speech in Israel, saying that the ICC was not established for countries like the US or Israel or Britain or France or Germany. What he actually means that the ICC, the International Criminal Court, was established only for brown people or black people or yellow people, but not for the white people. And this came out in light of Ukraine and their position about Ukraine, when they were very quick to help the Ukrainian resistance, giving them arms and finance and political and legal cover instantly like this. and sending Russia, pushing the ICC to issue arrest warrants against the Russian leaders and to take them to all courts and sanctions and what have you. But when it comes to Palestine, when in fact we are the occupied and Israel is the occupier, the arms go to the occupier, the arms go to the colonizer, the arms go to the besieger, the arms go to the regime that imposes a system of apartheid and segregations and racism and the supremacy that you are all following, that comes out of the mouth of the highest echelons of the Israeli governments. However, I just want to be as brief as possible to fast forward and say that the tide is turning, my friends. The tide is turning, and we must be absolutely hopeful. The tide is turning, number one, because of our people, and you have witnessed what they are doing, both in Gaza, the West Bank, and our refugees outside, and this unprecedented clinching into our rights, coming together, but also this huge, unprecedented change in the international public opinion. It has been unmasked. Israel has been unmasked. The truth is out, thanks to our people in Gaza and everywhere, to our journalists. And you have seen the streets of London and New York and Brussels and Berlin and all over the world. Unprecedented. In London, 1 million British people came out in support of Palestine and against the genocide. And by the way, tomorrow, it's today, London's time, already Saturday, there will be another national march that I will be taking part in, and you will see hundreds of thousands. So this is the first time you see a movement that is sustainable, that is going even after 14 months. People did not tire, people are not silenced, people are keep going. And this reminds me that this is a movement. This is a serious movement that is similar to the anti-apartheid movement of South Africa, remember, in the 80s. And by the way, at that time, it was South Africa, the epicenter of the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa. The center of it was London. The British people here started that anti-apartheid movement. And today, pro-Palestine activism, the epicenter of it is again London. And it's historically relevant because we're all started here in the UK, here in Britain, the Balfour Declaration, all must end. But it's not just the public opinion, but the public opinion is pressuring governments. And the governments are aware that their people are not with them. If you look at every opinion poll, you will see that 80% of the British people are with an immediate ceasefire, 80% are with arms embargo, 75% are with immediate recognition of the state of Palestine. And for the first time ever, Palestine has become an election issue in the UK only a few months ago in the last elections in July. So was it the case this month in the US. Palestine has factored because many components of Western societies, including the US and the UK, now consider this issue to be a core issue. And this will have its ramification in the future. And here in the UK, the new government had to adopt and adjust. And that's why they refunded UNRWA. They pulled out of the intervention at the ICC and declared they respect the independence of the ICC and they will comply with it. And thirdly, they also impose sanctions on the Israeli settlers and settlements and organizations that support them. They announced a partial arms embargo, but at least it deprives Israel of most of the weapons that are being used in Gaza, except F-35s we are discussing with them. But all that pressure is bearing fruits on the governments and the clarity of international judicial system, the international legality, the ICJ and the ICC, and you all followed the ruling of both, especially the last 2 weeks, the ICC and the issuing of arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Smotrich. This took us, the state of Palestine and the PLO, a long time of sweat and of efforts and determination, and from the other side, bullying and lobbying and intimidation and cutting our funding, our own money, and shattering our mission in Washington, all that because we went to the ICC. But the cause of accountability, the cause of holding those war criminals to account, the cause of seeing Netanyahu behind bar is worth every single cost. And we must press ahead to make sure that war criminals are behind bars, are arrested, are tried. Not only because the Palestinian people, we deserve justice, but also because we want to have a deterrence. We want this to be the last time. Let this be the last time. We don't want this to be repeated. No, never again. We want to see our children slaughtered this way, our women, our elderly, our civil structures, our schools and homes. The only way we can create deterrence is by making sure that every war criminal is pursued. So there are a lot of development that take us in the right direction right now, and we must press ahead. And I want to end by saying that while a lot of work is being done in the West, a lot of work needs to be done in the East, my brothers, especially in beloved countries with our brothers and sisters in Malaysia. And I invite you as academics, I invite you as an academics and experts and researchers to help us come up with strategy, because you are, the East is Palestine's lungs, if you may. You are our back. And it is crucial at this point in time with this equation internationally that we tap into the depth of support that we have. And we know the support we have in Malaysia, the support we have in neighboring countries. And I refer to the anti-apartheid movement, I refer to South Africa, I refer to Nelson Mandela and the ANC. And I want to remind you that South Africa would never have been freed without the support of its immediate neighbors, all of its neighbors, and the African Union and the African continent. So today we want to look east, and that's why I say to the organizers, I really wish I was with you personally to interact and to discuss and to see ways that we can work together towards stopping, and Malaysia helping us stopping this genocide, helping us rebuilding our society, our structures, particularly the education sector, because we are aware of the strength of the Malaysian universities, education sector in general, and there is a lot of needs there and expertise to be shared. And I know that Malaysia is offering many scholarships, and I know that many universities are exempting our students from fees, and we hope for more. Because the war Israel is waging against us is to deprive us of the one thing that kept us going, which is knowledge and education. We need to think with Malaysia about sanctions and imposing sanctions. We need to think and act together in the arena of accountability I just described, in the arena of the United Nations, and the need for a full membership of Palestine in the UN and full international recognition of the state of Palestine. And I just want to say that as much as it is bleak and dark and sad, we all also see the finish line, because now everybody on the face of earth realizes that you cannot bypass the Palestinian cause. You can't bypass the Palestinian people. That the Palestinian issue is not only a core issue in the region, that is the Middle East, but it's a core issue globally. 2 billion Muslims care about it. Billions of freedom-loving people worldwide care about it. It has become the dividing line between right and wrong. And I believe that more and more people are siding with what is right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Hassan Zomot, for your powerful and enlightening keynote speech and address that came out of last few days, actually. Thank you so much for this powerful speech as well. And your words have set a profound tone for this conference, reminding us of the resilience of Palestinian people and the urgent need for the collective action and pursuit of justice. We deeply appreciate your insights and leadership, which continue to inspire and guide efforts around the world. Your presence here today reinforces the importance of dialogue and understanding and unwavering commitment to the truth. On behalf of everyone here, we thank you once again for your invaluable contribution. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Do you have any questions? He's still here.
He's still there.
Yeah.
Can I just say thank you to him?
Yeah.
Dr. Sam, one second. No, she wants to say something for you. Yeah, you can come in.
Oh, thank
If you want. Or you use this.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for speaking at our conference. My name is Norma Hashim. Thank you to Your Excellency, Hussam. The reason why we decided to choose Palestinians, when we were planning the conference last year, for this year, this conference, we had seen with disgust how the Western media had cancelled Palestinian voices. And so we decided to feature and platform Palestinian voices at our conference. 5 speakers are from Gaza and 1 more from the West Bank. In fact, you're the 6th person from Gaza to speak at our conference, so we are very honored. And indeed, as you mentioned, all the people I've met, all the Palestinians I've met so far in Malaysia, they were all students, which shows you the importance of education and how far they've come. The late Dr. Rifat Al-Arir, in fact, when I met him, he was doing his PhD here about 10 years ago, and we've become good friends and continued working together even after he returned to Gaza. So many of our closest friends here, in fact, were Palestinians who have studied here, and they are all extremely capable and intelligent and very good at speaking about Palestine. So this is something that I feel, because knowledge is power and information is so important to spread, especially when there's a great effort now to silence Palestinian voices. So thank you very much for speaking out as well. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Professor. Hopefully we'll meet soon.
Inshallah. Yes.
Inshallah. Have a
Sorry.
Okay. To begin our first presentation, we have the presentation titled Condemning the Calamity, Affirming the Principles, Critical Review on an Anti-Zionism Jew. This session will be presented by Hafiz Fadli, Siti Rohma, and Aifa Humaira Akamelia from Indonesia. Please join me in welcoming them.
It's a presentation, right?
Yes.
I mean, a recorded speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and afternoon, everyone. My name is Aifa Humaira Akmelia, the third author of the paper Condemning Calamity, Affirming Principles, Critical Review on Anti-Zionism Jew. So the first author is Hafiz Fadli and the second author is Siti Rohma, who unfortunately cannot attend this conference. And I'm pleased to meet you all presenters in this online conference, International Conference on Palestine Studies 2024. All right. So our study is examines the stance of an Israeli historian, that is Ilan Pape. He is a scholar, an academic historian that is renowned in the world, and he is famous for his critiques against Zionism. And we did also critical review of paper statements up to 7 October and 2023 from his writings and speeches from various media like his books and his recent speeches on YouTube. We also discussed about Zionist lobbies, which is now facing difficulties like Zionist lobbies from the UK and the US and also the other governments, and also Zionist lobbies towards Palestinian supporters and Palestinians themselves. We will discuss too about Palestinian collective trauma, because the Zionist actions toward Palestinians which cause sleep disturbances towards Palestinian life. And we wrote about raising global awareness through academics reports, and we will discuss about how academics, how scholars can raise public and global awareness towards Palestinian cause, and what can academics do to Palestine the question. And lastly, we will discuss about Papa's approach that contests mainstream narratives in Israeli citizens. Papa is known for his critics and his contradictory narratives toward the famous narrative from Zionists in history of Israel or Palestine. Okay, the methodology we used in this paper, we use textual analysis methods from numerous mediums like documents, films, and newspaper. And we did 4 steps to analyze. The first one, we get the writings and speeches of Ilan Pape from his books and his speeches on YouTube. And then we study the context from other secondary data, like the review and articles from other scholars towards Ilan Pape. And then we categorize Pape's messages into some subtopics. And then lastly, we attempt to find them into a full writing. All right. So the context of this paper is not only about the 7th October 2023, it's not only about the 1948 Nakba, but we will discuss about Palestine 100 years before. And there is an assumption that the pro-Palestine equals anti-Semite. This is a famous narrative that every individual that pro-Palestine, that support Palestine is anti-Semite, including the Jews themselves. So there are some few groups of Jews, like the leftists, the humanists, the Orthodox Jews, that keep protesting the Zionist occupation and campaigning the freedom of Palestine. And they were also the first group that rejects the British mandatory toward the Zionists in Palestine. And then they evolved it backed by intellectuals too. We are particularly discussing about Ilan Pape, that is always committed and validating the new history, the new construction of history of the Palestine. And then there are also the other academics, the Jewish academics like Friesel, Greenstein, Carlson, and Metal-Handed, also contradict the narrative of Israeli history. And what is the difference? What is the difference from our paper and the other similar paper? That our focus is discussing how an Israeli born and educated in Israel earned his BA and teaches in Israel, shows cons to Israel narratives, and shows a strong support for Palestinians. All right. So first one, we will discuss about a brief history of the Israel and Palestine for the background. There is the narrative in Israel is like that Palestine is a barren land and desolate land before the coming of Zionism. But in fact, Palestine was not a barren land. It was a thriving region under Ottoman, but mostly Muslims, and there were also the minority of Jews and Christians. At that time, before the establishment of the state of Israel, there were no persecution of Jews in Europe. We know that there was a Holocaust that happened to the Jews in Europe, and because of that, they sought to find a land for themselves. They sought to colonize Palestine, and they gained momentum under the leadership of Theodor Herzl, who promoted Zionism, and the first Congress of Zionism happened in Europe in 1977. In 1897, the first Zionist Congress. But at that time, actually, the Zionist movement was not gaining any strong support from the Jews in Europe. And until the death of Theodor Herzl himself in 1904, it hasn't much reached any. It didn't reach any actual plan. But the Zionism movement strengthened by Balfour Declaration in 1917 from British government, and since that time, the Palestine region under British mandate, and actually until 1936, the Palestinians didn't realize that they have colonization or they have some issue towards their land, but in 1936, Palestinians realized that they were losing their jobs, they were losing their rights, and that caused Palestinian revolt. At that time, that is the first time British demolished 2,000 of Palestinian homes. And eventually in 1947, the British mandate come to an end and they transferred the control of the region to the United Nations with two proposals. The first is the unitary state that keep the existing Jews and not welcoming the upcoming settlers. And the second option is the two-state option, which is the option that agreed by the United Nations, resulting in Resolution 181. And then after that, the Israel state has established and the Nakba happened, resulting in mass atrocities, mass killings, mass rapes towards Palestinians. And until now, we see the action of Israel, the horror action by Israel, the attacks continuing in 2008, in 2012, and then the latest is 2023, 7 October until now. Okay, we will discuss about Ilan Pappé and his successful work. So Ilan Pappé himself is a historian, author, and professor. He was born in Haifa, in Israel, 1954. He earned his bachelor degree from Hebrew University in Jerusalem in 1979, and then he earned his DPhil from University of Oxford in 1984. And during this time, he met some influential Palestinians that eventually changed his mind. He questioning the truth of his land. And then after that, he continued to research about Palestine. His research focused mainly about connection between UK and the Israel establishment, and also the 1948 Nakba, the ethnic cleansing that we can see throughout his writings, and also his historical approach is, his writing approach is through historical accounts. So we will find that in all Pappé's writings, Pappé's speeches, that he always come back to historic papers, to historical sources. And then why does the Israeli historian, Israeli citizen, Israeli academics so strong supporting Palestine? What events that influenced him towards this? The events that actually make a trauma for Ilan Pappé is the 1948 Nakba that this is the first time he learned about the Israel atrocities, that Israel is not the victim but the aggressor. And then the trauma for Ilan Pape himself is the Tantura massacre, and then the Lebanon attack in 1982 that made him realize that Israel is the evil one. And then after that, he continued to support Palestine, to spread Palestinian cause to all over the world. And he moved to the UK in 2007 after he encountered academic threats upon returning to Israel from the UK. So in 1984, he returned to Israel, but he was rejected by the Israeli government, by the Zionist government. He also encountered that in the universities in Israel, they are never study about the Nakba. They never talk about the Palestine. And his family too gained threats and ban him and also train him as traitor. So there was rejection of freedom as academia for Ilan Pape in Israel. Therefore, he prefers to give his speeches and thoughts abroad rather than in Israel. And that is because his account is seen as the most extreme criticism towards Zionism. Additionally, now we can see that the Zionist is keeping lobbies towards various lobbies. Yeah, like this one we can see global Israel and global Palestine as Pape described in his speeches. Global Israel include most governments like the US and the UK, and then the mainstream media, most academia, large multinational corporations, and military and security industries. That is keep spreading the narrative that Israel is the right one to capture the land. And we talk about the global Palestine too, which includes civil society, oppressed minorities, some governments in global south, and then human rights organizations that united and believe that the land of Palestine is the right to Palestine. And they keep this support because the moral value they see themselves, they see Israel action is not right action. And unfortunately, although in some missions, Israel or Zionists is successful, but Zionists remain feeling unsafe. The lobby will keep existing. They will keep doing it and seek for Palestinian legitimation. As long as Palestine does not recognize Israel, and as long the world is seeing the Israel atrocities towards Palestinians, the Zionists will remain unsafe. And until now, we see the action, the brutal atrocities, the brutal action towards Palestinians. It makes the Zionist lobbies keeping further and further away from the world's legitimation. Okay, and we will discuss about Palestinians' collective trauma that is written in Bilal Hamamra and Ilan Pape research. We found that the war in Palestine causes split disturbances for the refugees, for the Palestinians, and that also causes mental disorders for almost all of Palestinians. And that is why we discuss this, because the issue of sleep, the issue of not having a proper place to sleep, and the proper factors include the identity. So the issue of sleep is also an issue of identity. and sleep is one of the basic human rights. And this is not exist in Palestine, and this linkage to Palestinian history, and that is because Israel. So the paper also critiques to Arab leaders how they are serious struggling for Palestine liberation, and also they keep silent, especially these critics towards Palestine Authority or PA, and they are still sleeping soundly. And then lots of fundamental human rights represent colonization, trauma, and resistance. Also, the latest is we discuss about raising public awareness through intellectual access. As we all know that the Israel narrative is to spread the news that the Palestine land is a barren land, desolate land, and that is the right to Israel, to the Jews and the world, and still a claim narrative of anti-Semitism, like usurp construction of knowledge. Usurp construction is the ones that they say the Palestine, the Israel land nowadays is the one that the Arab take from them before, so they have the authority, they have the right to take them back. But in contrast, pro-Palestinians in all over the world remain not silent. We can see that in various news, especially the latest one year, the past year, we can see that we do all demonstrations in all over the world, including the protests from academics. Even though Ilan Pape himself received threats, and all his friends too in the United States, especially, they received some threats and bans from some conference and speeches, but the pro-Palestinian is not remain silent. That is the case of the European Center of Palestine Studies, ICPS, of University of Exeter, the institute that Ilan Pape teaches. It faced the challenges from Jewish Leadership Council, like condemning Exeter's anti-Semitic conference and demanding cancel. So that is the first time British public aware of Palestine studies. That is the first time that has realized the Palestinian studies is one of the Israel interests. Despite they don't recognize Palestine, the Palestinian studies is a threat for Israel because that is threatening its international legitimacy. And also, academics cannot be lobbied by Zionists. That is the one group that cannot be lobbied by Zionists because they construct the true narrative, the true history, and weaken misleading historical narrative of Israel, of Zionism. So in conclusion, most of Ilan Pape's ideas, concepts, and statements refer to historical evidence he found during his research. Pape finds that Israel's lobby will not end, and he optimistic about the global development of Palestinian cities. What the Zionists have done not only this past year, but also since its establishment must be condemned. Everyone needs to find the truth, looking for, learning, and analyzing every single piece of original evidence. That is the description of our paper, and we all hope that we will have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Hafiz, Siti, and Aifa, for your critical analysis and thought-provoking presentation. Thank you very much. Now, we have our second keynote speaker, Dr. Noor Naim. Noor is the founder and director of AI Minds. She's a researcher who's interested in artificial intelligence, AI. She's interested in artificial intelligence, AI ethics, AI for social good, algorithm bias, computer vision, machine learning, natural language processing. Noor Naim received her PhD from the Department of Management and Artificial Intelligence at Istanbul Aydın University, Turkey. Noor will present on the topic of the use of AI during the genocide. Please welcome her.
أيوة. أنت أسئلة شو قصة؟ كل شيء جاهز عشان أول إطلالة.
Yes. أبدأ.
Yes.
Yes, hello everybody. Thank you for having me for this very important event, and I hope that today I will speak with you and why the war in Gaza and suffering of our people, our families have stopped, but it's not yet. So today we will talk about how Israelis uses artificial intelligence tools, techniques, and all of this modern technology to expand the killing for Palestinians and Gazans people. So first of all, what's the meaning of artificial intelligence? Simply, it refers to computing systems which can rapidly process and analyze a huge amount of data, and perform tasks that typically require a human intelligence and decision making. So when we are talking about Israeli, and it's not new for Israel to use artificial intelligence technology to mass killing Palestinians, but this is the first time and is the one of the most shocking abuse of technology in modern warfare. And the head of the Israeli military digital transformation unit, they said that what used to take hours now takes a minute. So he proud of this technology, and with the same amount of people, we do much more. That means we killing more Palestinians and families in Gaza. When we are talking about AI, we are talking about killer AI, not a responsible AI or an advantage of AI. We are talking here about the most horrific AI that used by Israeli military. The Israeli military want to kill more Palestinians faster and unleash the most powerful technology to do it, the most powerful technology in the world. Now they use it in Gaza as a laboratory to kill Palestinian families with lowest time and lowest effort. And a lot of investigation that talked about how the Palestinians, as a West Bank and Gaza strips, one of the most civilians people in the world and in the planet. When we are talking about AI and how Israel uses artificial intelligence, so we're talking about it's not a new, it's employed before the years when the Israeli imposed the siege on Gaza Strip. So they collected data about all of the people in Gaza for 230 million citizens in Gaza. They collecting data about health data, which is medical and health informations about peoples, and they collect about locations using GPS tracking or mobile data. They collect data about these families and peoples by making and using artificial intelligence tools to analyze the behaviors about these peoples, and they analyze the activity, analyze the habits analysis, and they use financial data, transaction and economic activities. They use the cameras, the drones, and they use to gathering data about the social media monitoring, interaction analysis between the people, between organizations, between the society, and they use biometric data, which is now they use it in the between the North and the South Gaza as the facial recognitions and fingerprint scanning, and they use the online surveillance like internet activity and online behavior. So when we are talking about artificial intelligence, we are talking about a lot of systems, a lot of tools, a lot of techniques, which have a lot of names like Fire Factory, Where is Daddy, Gospel, and Arbil, and etc. So but all of these systems, it's not an open sources, or you can making an easy search about how Israel uses these tools. So it's closed these secrets, and in this genocide, there is a lot of investigation that happened by a lot of journals, and there's mainly 6 Israeli intelligence officers have disclosed how Israel uses of these systems to operate and automate a killing machine in Gaza Strip. So what the difference between the previous wars and this wars about how Israel uses AI tools? In this genocide, Israel decided to ignoring the harm caused by the artificial intelligence tools. So before 2021, there is a limited for harms for about 7 persons. You can kill 7 persons to target 1 or 2. But in this genocide, they open the harms and ignoring the harms, and they killing hundreds of families, hundreds of people just to kill 1 person. And that happened when they killed Ayman Nofel in the central Gaza Strip. So they killed more than, they bombed a full neighborhood. So they killed more than 100 people. It's included families, children, women, and just to kill 1 person who's Ayman Nofel by using AI tools. So the first tools or the first technique that we explained today, it's called lavender. So it suggests who to kill faster than humanity possible. This is shortly. The first lavender uses Israeli vast surveillance records to produce targets for its bombing campaign. So these techniques, it's just to produce a target production for Israeli military to decide who is the target for the next bombing. And this includes biometric data. They're using call phones, call records, location data, social network connections, like WhatsApp. So in this genocide, they who withdraw or close his phone for more than weeks, or who's after 7 October, who's WhatsApp, who's withdraw from a lot of WhatsApp groups related to activities or who works against Israel. So they decided these target, and they must be bombed and killing in this genocide. And they making a deep analysis by using deep learning technology to analyze the Facebook friends for every person in Gaza to make a connection between peoples and to decide who could be a target or not. So Lavender used this data to calculate threat rating, and they make for all of the people in Gaza Strip a rating from 1 to 100 for each individual in the Gaza Strip. And as we see here, they uses this data to decide who could be a target or not. Then they make a scale of the peoples to like a points for people in Gaza, and as a result, every Palestinian in Gaza grows up under the threat of being targeted. This is clearly, it's even if it's a child or if a woman or elderly, there is not any differences between the people in Gaza. And every phone call they make, every friendship they build, and in this genocide, and every shop they visit can push their score up or down. This is the Lavender system. So here an example for a social scoring where individuals are recognized based on their social behavior or personal character. So there is a 78 point, and this could be a target in the next bombing. So this kind of social scoring has been found to discriminate against marginalized communities, against marginalized groups in the world. they use it in a lot of countries, and now they use it in between the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and it's reduced individual to data points, simply as a data point. So it's making easier to dehumanize them and ignore the life and death of this discrimination. This is why European Union AI Act, and I will talk about this issue, bans social scoring system that work like Lavender. It's banned inside the EU, but it's easy for the companies who working in EU to sell these services to use it by Israeli against Palestinians and Gazans in this genocide. So this man have a score 78, so they put him as a target in the next bombing. So rating is above a certain threshold, and Israeli intelligence officers add them to the kill list. This is what's happening on the ground now in Gaza. So they using a rating for the peoples, and the machines and the deep learning and machine learning tools, which is as artificial intelligence technology, they decided who will kill in the next bomb or who will not kill. And in Gaza, Israeli officers routinely act on Lavander's recommendation without any verification, without any estimation of this, if it's have an error, if it's have unbiased or discrimination against people in Gaza. And there is a lot of investigation from officers Israeli officers who deals with Lavender. One of them, they say, even if you don't know for sure that the machine is right, you know that statistically it's fine. So you go for it easily. You're killing people without any making any recommendation or verification or etc. Another soldier who uses Lavender in Gaza, they said the meaning of this decision is dramatic. It means you are including many people with a civilian's communication profile as potential targets. So to make things worse, Lavender has started identifying civilians as a threat. They're defining doctors, they're defining co-workers, health co-workers as targets. So it's the problem. The problem here is coming from a background of the problem that between the theoretical and the practical technique inside artificial intelligence. Now, EU have a lot of negotiations about the rules, regulation, code of conduct to reduce the harms of artificial intelligence. But it's have a very massive and a huge gap between these discussions, these literature, these regulations and negotiation about that, and the practical field. So Israel uses it without any code of conduct, without any concern about the international law, the human rights law, and etc. So Israeli officers reported that they're spending no more than 20 seconds to reviewing the Lavender recommendation. So more than checking from one person, if it's the person sounds, it's clear, this is the person or not this. It means there is no any justification or any making control about the targets list or etc. So this is what happened in the first month in Gaza. They killed more than 3,700 people, depending on the artificial intelligence. And this is the Lavender. Then if the Lavender creating a list of targets, then the machine going to the next step, which is names where is daddy, as where is my dad, like it's where is my dad, and it's the killing, here the killing is begun. So where is daddy, it's a loading targets. So you put hundreds into system and wait to see who you can kill. It's like a games for soldiers. They decided when we will start, will start from north or south, this family or this family. And the targeting officer, Israeli officer, will upload names to the kill list, and on this point, there were 3,700 names uploaded to the kill list, and it's a huge database that likely sweep up thousands of civilians. There are civilians, there is families, there is children, there is doctors, there is IT workers. So we are talking a very huge machine killing that uses by Israel easily without doing any effort, just to click on or off. And every name list monitoring their suspected location. So they decided the target list and they started to killing process. So they determine the location. And here, the horrific things. These machines or these AI tools prefer to kill people inside homes because they making sure they will be killing inside homes, and they give a punishment for their family and relevance and networks. So what is that? It tracks every name in the, and as we said, and it suspect they have a return to their family home. A kill order is sent to the Israeli Air Force. So the Air Force, Israeli Air Force is ready just to decide to pushing on the bombs to drops the networks or homes. And the problems that it might be an emergency responders, journalists or doctors and etc. And as we witnessed that they killing as Rifat al-Ara'ir, as a lot more than 400 doctors, more than 1,000 health workers, more than 200 journalists, and etc. etc. So we are talking about they targeted the whole family and whipped out all of these families. So and in Gaza societies, the families may be living in the same apartment, especially after they bombed a lot of homes. So the families and relatives come and migrate or come to live together in the same apartment, and Israeli officers know that the civilians are likely to be killed, so they bomb the home with these families inside at the night. They prefer these machines or these AI tools. They prefer to killing people in the night to make sure the whole family is inside in the home. So they bombed them in their home anyway. So. And this is a statistics that talked about they killed more than 1,500 Palestinians in the first just 6 weeks of the genocide on Gaza. So we are talking about a huge number. These numbers depend on the artificial intelligence analysis, not depend on any effort from human beings or Israeli soldiers. And Israeli officers and armies understood that the killing civilians was not a flaw or it's a mistakes by the system. So because we are talking about the bias and discrimination inside artificial intelligence tools against the marginalized groups, against the women, against the black teen, and etc. And this topic is the very hot topic in the EU and in the civil society organization. They negotiate about how we can minimize these discrimination and bias inside artificial intelligence to increase the responsible AI in the world. But Israel, in these technologies, they know that these tools will kill all family, the whole families. They kill with children, and they uses it by these inside the systems of Israeli military. So Palestinian families were bombed in their homes because it was simplest, because it's simplest way to automate the killing process, just for that, not because they want to make sure that if the family working against Israel or there is an evidence these families integrated with any movement against Israel. So just because it's the simplest for Israeli war armies. And here, an Israeli intelligence officers he said that the IDF bombed them in homes without any investigation. So they bombed without any making sure if this man or this target he is inside home or not. They depend on suspicions systems because the artificial intelligence or machine learning tools making analysis, but it's not sure 100%. So they making suspect maybe, and it's happened. They bombed a night port in Nusayrat because they suspect the leader of Hamas in Nusayrat. But and the end, they're killing more than 150 people, and the leader of Hamas is not in this area. So they depend on the just suspicion methods. It's much easier to bomb a family home. The system is built to look for them in this situation. This is the Israeli soldiers that the investigation by the Guardian talked about him. And what happened in Palestine does not stay in Palestine. What happened in Gaza does not stay in Gaza. What's the meaning of that? So Israel uses lavender, uses where is daddy, uses another tools like gospel, and Israeli before 2 weeks they announced that the Israeli force being using an AI-powered weapon system in Gaza developed by Israeli and in collaboration with an Indian defense company, and this system transforms automatic weapons into computerized killing machines, according to a report published by Middle East Eye. So these documents and the new reports reveal that the weapon system known as Arbil, which is a city in the West Bank, and enhanced the weapons produced by Israeli, turning them into digital weapons, and that use algorithms to improve targeting accuracy. So now India government or India defense companies are participate in the genocide in Gaza, and it's participate for that. It's sent to Israeli automated weapons, but this weapon is the first time that uses by Israeli in genocide to commit massacres and genocide in Gaza. So they developed and they working hard, Israeli working hard to develop and use the artificial intelligence to mass killing Palestinians and to expand the killing for Palestinians without any efforts, without any investigations or making accuracy if there is any families, there is any civilians or not. And we are talking about these tools or techniques that depend on the big tech companies in the world. So the big tech companies provided infrastructure for Israel, like Microsoft, like Amazon. They give and open sources clouds for free to use it to gathering data about Palestinians and Gazans, to making a new target list and to update this information about Palestinians and Gazans. So all of these big companies it's participate in genocide in Gaza, and they use cyberware to hack into phones and Palestinian phones and maintain web of cameras at checkpoints between north and south in Gaza Strip, and in collective photos and the biometric data like facial recognition and etc. And this information they captured about Palestinians living under the apartheid or in the West Bank or in Gaza to feed the database, and they used to train a new genocide technology. And after all of that, and it's in front of all the wars, and it's lives 24 hours, 7 days a week. They use it, and they proudly we use a new technology, as Israel is the fourth state in the world that uses technology and artificial intelligence and produce this technology. So it's have power by using this technology. And in the last April, Israel signed on the human rights or the code of conduct, EU, the first EU code of conduct that to have a responsible AI. So Israeli and more than 55 countries, US, UK, and etc., all of these countries sign on the responsible AI use. So what the world we live in. Israeli uses a lot of and the most modern technology to mass killing and to genocide, to committing massacres and to genocide in Gaza, and in the same time they're killing Palestinians and Gazans, and they go to EU and to sign we are agree and we are support the responsible AI and how and the ethical AI to minimize the harms from this discrimination and bias inside its technologies and what the world we live. It's I don't know really. I don't know. I don't find words to say about this and how Israel is doing and how the world is accepted that how the world how US and EU and UK and all of these 55 countries and there's another countries inside this list. They accepted that Israeli is coming in this negotiation and participated and signed on this the most important code of conduct. We waiting 3 years about the published of this the first code of conduct to reduce the harms of AI, and the Israel is in the proudly and proud coming and signed, and it's like it's a miracle. It's like a very ethical. I don't know to say entity. It's a very ethical entity that talking and thinking about the responsible AI and how to increase the positive and advantage of using AI and decrease the disadvantage and the harms that causes by the artificial intelligence. So this is for today, and thank you for listening. And if you have any questions or you want to ask anything, you can contact me directly, send me an email or WhatsApp message. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. Thank you, Dr. Noor, for this impressive and fantastic presentation, actually. So now we have our next presenter. We have Reham Abou-El-Enein, representing on the topic of the impact of Israeli war on the health situation in Gaza Strip, the increasing health emergency 2023-2024. Please welcome Reham.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Reham. I'm from Gaza Strip. I'm a master's degree student in Faculty of Health Science, Health Education field in UKM. Let me sincerely thank the Hashim Center for Palestinian Studies to giving me this opportunity to present in this conference. Inshallah, I will discuss the impact of Israeli war on the health situation in the Gaza Strip, the increasing of health emergency. I will briefing introductions and then the impact of ongoing war, the international community rules in addressing this crisis. First of all, let's started with highlight some of background data to frame the discussion. We must know that the total of 84 hospitals in Palestine, with just only 32 is located in Gaza. That's few number of hospitals. They are serving over than 2 million people, residents in Gaza, within area of just 365 square kilometers. And Gaza has only 13 hospital beds for every 10,000 individual. That's are significantly lower than the global standard. Especially Gaza is giving as a high population density in the world. Among of 475 primary healthcare centers in Gaza, only 51 are accessible to serve the local population. And then we must mention about the restriction. We know that Gaza are suffering from closing border from 2006, and there is these restrictions are directly affected on the healthcare system. In the case of advanced medical treatments, the patient required to seek care outside Gaza. This process make taking a complex system of permits and checkpoints. The patient must apply for permits to travel to West Bank, to Jerusalem, or abroad. That's leading a backlog of application. This backlog of application, of many of which can be rejected under pretext security checks. Even when the permits are granted or approved, the patient and their family undergo inceptions, making the travel is physically and emotionally difficult. The delay of these procedures can lead to deterioration of patients' health or their death while they are on the waiting list for travel permission. Let's start with the first section of our presenting the health situation, the impact of ongoing war. We know that the ongoing war affected on increasing number of deaths and injury and missing people. That the number of martyrs exceed than 44,000, and missing people and the people under the rubble are exceeded 11,000, and the injured are more than 100,000 injured people. We must focusing on the targeting of healthcare facility and personnel. Around 500 healthcare workers reported killed, including more than 55 medical specialists. Those doctors are faced to attack on their families to force them to stop work, and around 28 ambulances were directly attacked, and there is 19 hospitals are currently completely out of the services. So this action not only disrupt health care but also instill fear among medical workers to that's increasing this crisis. Since the beginning of the war, the order for forced evacuation of hospitals have not stopped, even at the expense of the lives of intensive care patients and premature infants. For example, there is Dr. Adnan Al-Burj. He is a very famous doctor or specialist, surgery specialist in Gaza. He was arrested by Israeli forces from the place of his working in Al-Auda hospitals, and the result of that, he died under a very difficult condition. Dr. Al-Burj not the only one killed in the prison of Israel, but there are too many healthcare workers are still unknown and they has further impact the work force and medical services. And the other example of attack the physician, Dr. Iyad Rantisi. The second topic, we must focus on the chronic disease management and restricted access to treatment. Gaza health care crisis has severely impacted patients with chronic illness like cancer and kidney disease with limited resources, damaged facilities, and travel restriction that's making this condition nearly impossible. The dialysis patients who require regular treatment has experienced delay and insufficient treatment that's leading to death around from 30 to 50 persons. Around cancer patients who rely on specialized care unavailable in Gaza face immune challenges, and over than 100 cancer patients died due to lack access to life-saving treatment and travel permit delay. And also the ongoing electricity crisis in Gaza severely limit the ability of healthcare facilities to operate effectively, including surgery, emergency care, and storage of medication and vaccines. The other topics we are focused on the humanitarian and environmental disaster, like the loss of water supplies by blockade of water, fuel, and electricity has exceeded this crisis by depriving Gaza of essential water resources and contaminated water and inadequate sanitation that increase diseases risks, adding to a humanitarian disaster. Over than 345,000 people in Gaza are classified at the highest level of food insecurity, that's mean in starvation cases. The factors that are contributed to this crisis include sharp price increases in essential goods, collapse of food system due to limited access to food markets and infrastructure destruction, and reduced humanitarian aid entry to Gaza. Also, the most important things is still using of chemical weapons in this conflict. The application of white phosphorus has resulted severe burn, poisoning, and environmental harm that are affecting or directly affect on air and soil quality. The spreading of infectious disease by overcrowded shelter and insufficient sanitations contribute to rapid spread of infectious disease. That condition have led to prevalence of cholera, hepatitis, skin infections, and polioviruses. Additionally, the presence of body beneath rubble and accumulation of trash that are increase the risk of serious infections due to inadequate water, sanitations, and hygiene services. What we need from the international community. The international community must take urgent and decisive action to stop this genocide by implementing strict policies to prevent attack the healthcare infrastructures, which including medical staff, facilities, and ambulances. The increased pressure for an restricted flow of humanitarian aids is of utmost important step at this stage by establishing safe medical corridors, facilitating travel restriction by simplifying the process of obtaining permits for patients outside Gaza to prevent deterioration of health conditions in case of especially chronic diseases, urgent surgery, particularly for war victims. A call for medical delegation to come to Gaza Strip in response to the plea from the medical staff there, who are suffering from shortage of personnel in all specialists to save what can be saved of the patients. Restarting the power plants is of utmost importance to ensure the proper provision of health services and also contribute to operation of a clean water station. Investment is in rebuilding the healthcare system in a long term and enhancing research in Gaza is essential to address the multifaceted challenges facing its residents. By the researching must be focused on the health field, especially the use of heavy weapons which pose a danger to both health and environment. It is crucial for us all to advocate for immediate action to support and address the health crisis or the fast increasing of health crisis. Thank you all for your attention, and I'm very happy to answer your any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rehan, for your presentation and impactful topic about the health crisis in Gaza. Our next speaker and presenter as well is Mr. Khalid Jimat from Malaysia, presenting on the topic political instability in Israel and its impact on the genocide in Gaza. Please welcome Mr. Jimat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Khalid bin Jimat and I'm from Palestine Center of Excellence. And today I'll be presenting on the topic of political instability in Israel and its impact on the genocide in Gaza. Thank you for Prof. Azari and Hashim Sani Center for President Studies for allowing me to present this topic. A little bit of background. So we have known, I believe all of us has been informed about the political instability in Israel since 2019, whereby it has to undergo a series of elections and has failed to actually form a stable government. The recent government that has been formed is actually the result of the 2022 elections, and it ended up Netanyahu had to include far-right parties into the government, which has caused worries not only in Israel but also outside the world, especially in America and the European countries. And it has been proven to be disastrous for Israel in light of the current genocide in Gaza. So way back in 2022, I believe, I've also presented on this topic, but touching on the prospect of ending the Zionist regime due to the political instability in Israel. But today we will talk about how it actually impacted the genocide in Gaza. So the first one on the government unity and public confidence. So the frequent political turmoil and changes in government have undermined the public trust in leadership. And the current right-wing coalition led by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has faced criticism for prioritizing political alliances and ideologies over effective governance. For example, the coalition inclusion of far-right element has both bolstered a hardline approach towards Gaza and polarized Israeli society, potentially reducing the government ability to build broad-based support for its strategies. And because of that, and Netanyahu realized that, and that's why he actually early on has managed to invite Benny Gantz from National Unity Party to form a unity government and immediately include Benny Gantz into his three-member war cabinet together with Yoav Gallant. And this actually angered the far right wing party, especially Ben Gvir, who actually want to be in the war cabinet to make sure his party actually know or what all the important decision for the war. and somehow the inclusion of guns into the government has restored a little bit of public confidence. But there is a study done by Pew Research Center back in April. This before Gantz actually withdraw from the government. So you can see that there is a only 53% confidence level for Israeli towards the government in managing the war, despite Gantz joining the government. And due to the lack of progress in ending the war, Gantz at the end withdraw from the government and has been pushing for new elections so that the new government can actually get a new mandate from the people to decide whether to end the war or continue with the current policies and strategies. Second one on the military decision making. Military operation in Gaza require extensive coordination between the Israeli defense forces, the intelligence community, and the political leadership. Now, recently, contradiction between political and military leaders have occasionally led to public disputes over strategy, such as the effectiveness of deterrence versus the need for grounds operations. And this internal conflict can delay or complicate decision making, as differing political interests sometimes led to disagreement on military tactics, timelines, and acceptable risk. And we can see that what happened is Netanyahu has been pushing for the military to destroy Hamas, but the military has been informing even publicly that Hamas cannot be achieved. So and Israel has to adopt a deterrence strategy to end the war and save the hostages. And Gallant actually prefer or are more inclined to attack Hezbollah, which is a more stronger opponent or threat, a bigger threat to Israel compared to Hamas. And Gallant has been pushing for ending the war, saving the hostages, and replacing Hamas with new government with the cooperation of Arab countries and international community. And Gallant has been pushing this over time since January, and in fact he has come publicly with the asking Netanyahu for a post-war plan, a clear post-war plan in May. And all this dispute has been, caused more instability in Israel, and it ended up Gallant finally being fired by Netanyahu in November. And this, instability and all these quarrels between politicals and military leaders, has somehow put Gallant being more popular than Netanyahu actually. So this is a survey done by Pew Research again back in April, whereby Gallant received 61% favors from Israeli compared to Netanyahu only 41%. And in fact, Gantz has received a higher favor from higher votes for with 51% from the Israeli public. So apparently, it's very clear that Netanyahu policies has been rejected by Israeli. And the third one on the far right political influence. And far right faction in current government, such as Itamar Ben Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, have advocated for aggressive policies in Gaza, as well as in the West Bank, where tensions are also high. Their influence pushes for harsher responses, which can lead to escalated violence and increased civilian casualties, sparking international criticism and complicating diplomatic efforts. And this uncompromising stance may limit Israel's flexibility in pursuing ceasefire or negotiated solutions. And we can see that Ben Gvir and Smotrich has been pushing Netanyahu to continue the war. Otherwise, they will quit the government. That's the function of guns early on in the government, to make sure that the government doesn't fail. And Ben Gvir has been pushing, for himself to join the war cabinet, as I mentioned before, to make sure he's not being kept in dark about the important war decision. And the far right has been advocated for a hardline approach against Gaza, and has been promoting that if we are accepting Israel accept ceasefire, it can be seen as a surrendering to terrorism or to surrendering to Hamas. And far right has been pushing for resettlement in Gaza, which complicates post-war strategies. And this is a study by Pew Research again, about how Israelis see multiple conflict within their societies between the political left and political right. There are 69% conflicts between them. I mean they think that there's a high 69% of the Israeli believe that there are huge conflict between left and right in Israel, and 61% perceive that there is a huge conflict between Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs, and 56% between the religious group in Israel and the non-religious group in Israel. So as you can see, more than 50% believe that there are conflicts between the sub component of societies in Israel due to this war. And and this is here another one where Israeli expressed pessimism about the future of their country. And the first one I want to highlight is on the national security. Actually, only 53% are optimistic about the security of their country. So, which I believe is a little bit low considering Israel, military might and military support from America. And about 50% of Israeli are very pessimistic about the political system, how their political system work, and how actually the political system has failed them in saving, especially in saving their hostages and ending the war. And the fourth one is on the strain of Israel-US relationship. So Israel political instability affects its ability to maintain strong relationship with international allies, particularly the United States, which support is crucial. Internal division have sometimes led to mixed messages about Israel objective in Gaza, complicating the diplomatic effort needed to maintain US support. So there has a huge dispute about how they should actually manage the war, and US has been keep asking Israel to actually allow the entry of humanitarian aid, even though they are continuing the war, but make sure the humanitarian aid are coming in. And US been pushing to Israel to allow entrance through Rafah crossing, and then early on since October actually, because we hear about Galan actually pushing for the policy to put a complete siege on Gaza. So US asked them to actually open the crossing, and then after the short-term ceasefire back in November, when they continue again the war, US again asked Israel to reopen Kerem Shalom and Erez crossing on the north and the southern part of Gaza, and then when the war still continuing, and all the ceasefire effort has been failed, rejected by Israel. US has to initiate the airdrop back in March and building floating piers in May. But this has not really solved the problem of humanitarian aid in Gaza, and the threat of famine has still been being informed and by the United Nations, especially the World Food Program. And Biden has also announced about Rafah invasion as a red line, but Netanyahu still go and invade Rafah. US then threatened to halt the shipment of 2,000-pound bombs. We hear about this news in order to threaten Netanyahu, but then still Netanyahu continue with the war, and Netanyahu and then reject Biden's ceasefire proposal clearly, which has been agreed by the delegation from Israel, which involved the intelligence, the security advisor, the Minister of Defense. But then Netanyahu, even though all the advisor has agreed to that framework, and in fact he actually agreed, but then he still reject the ceasefire due to the difference perspective on how actually they want to end the war in Gaza. And Netanyahu actually has been still refusing to declare Israel's stance on Gaza resettlement, because this resettlement is quite core to ending the war and to get the collaboration from Arab countries to actually govern Gaza, and to make sure the policy of Hamas not continuing governing Gaza can be proceed. So this has been quite an obstacle to ending the war. And the fifth one on long-term strategy in Gaza. So a cohesive long-term strategy for Gaza has been difficult to formulate amidst Israel political instability. While some factions advocate for deterrence and containment, others push for a more permanent solution, either through a military operation to fully defeat Hamas or through diplomatic channel. So, and we can see that because of the lack of cohesive long-term strategy, it has risked strengthening support towards Hamas, deepening tension with Iran and its allies, risking ties with Jordan, Egypt, UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco, and risking normalization effort with Saudi Arabia. And of course, due to the current genocide, the new Middle East plan promoted by Netanyahu has been disrupted permanently. So in conclusion, political instability in Israel has prolonged the genocide in Gaza, which huge negative consequences on Israel. But prolonging the war has also deepened the rift between Israel right and left political parties, and between Jewish and Arab communities in Israel, as well as between religious and secular Jews in Israel. It also caused Israel to be more pessimistic about the future of their political system. It put a strain on Israel-US relationship, and putting normalization track on hold, arguably permanently. So in conclusion, in summary, Israel's internal political instability significantly impacts its approach to Gaza by complicating military decision-making, straining international alliances, and stalling the formation of a unified long-term strategy. So that's it from me. Hopefully this benefited all of you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Khalid, for your insightful analysis of the political dimensions affecting the genocide in Gaza. Now we have Dr. Ibrahim Rabai'a and Dr. Lourdes Habash from Palestine, presenting on higher education sector in Gaza, from de-development to edukicide. Please welcome them.
Dear colleagues, thank you. It is my pleasure of being with you today, my university, Malaya University again. Hopefully to meet next time in a very better conditions after the end of this genocidal war against our people in Gaza. Today I'm talking about the higher education sector in Gaza, the eduside, which has been practiced in Gaza since October 7th. This work is part of our continuous work, me and my colleague Dr. Lordis Habash, the Dean of the Faculty of Law and Administration, Birzeit University. We published several works about this related to eduside, and soon our recent paper will be published. It is a comparison between the Palestinian and Iraqi cases of eduside. And let me first start from the de-development situation, which was the case of the Palestinian higher education sector of Gaza before this war. We are talking about a restricted sector for 17 years at least. In 1994, the higher education sector had 3 universities and 4 institutions in Gaza, but in 2017 we had around 28 institutions, including 8 universities and 20 institutes. The total number of enrolled students was between 87 to 88,000 students. 80% of them were in universities. As I said, the higher education sector was the target, the primary target of the Israeli occupation forces in airstrikes since 28 war. In 2014 war, for example, the estimated losses of this sector were around 10 millions in general, and the airstrikes destroyed 3 buildings in Al-Azhar University and 2 in the Islamic University, with destroying several laboratories in Gaza Strip. During 17 years of blockade, which included several wars, the higher education system faced several challenges, including preventing from movement and mobility, complex financial crisis, preventing the development of infrastructure and the import of educational equipment, destruction and targeting facilities and individuals. For preventing movement and mobility, students from Gaza were not allowed to study abroad freely. It was impossible also to design any exchange programs with foreign universities. The higher education sector in Gaza could not bring any foreign experiences, professors or students. And the Gazan students for the West Bank, for example, the Gazan students in the West Bank universities fall from around 1,000 students in the year 2000 before the Second Intifada to less than 50 in 2023. For the complex financial crisis, the mobility and financial crisis prevented the higher education sector from any reconstruction for its programs. And due to the complex and very difficult economic situation of Gaza, around 20 to 40% of the students were able to pay their tuition fees. In 2019, the average debt of the universities was around $30 million. The universities depended on part-timers and annual contract professors to avoid any higher costs in general. And we are talking about a limited scale economy. So when we talk about $30 million debt for these universities, it is a very high amount for these universities. In general, the monthly salaries for professors in Gaza universities, it is around $6 million. So you can imagine how much this amount of money can make change. So for preventing the development of infrastructure and import educational equipment, the Islamic University, for example, lost around 74 laboratory in the wars before, of course, this genocidal war. But it couldn't import any to replace these losses. The higher education sector was prevented from importing several needs, equipment, and materials, as it was classified by Israel and the Israeli occupation forces as a dual use imports. So this war brought different change and different scale. So when we was talking about the development, we were talking about intensive targeting. Now we move to systematic targeting. Educide is systematic targeting for education sector in infrastructure and human capital. And from this point we can go back to the words of the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who was talking about de-radicalization of education system in Gaza. To do so, he worked on destroying the education system, including higher education. In its application to the ICJ, South Africa detailed this systematic targeting of higher education in Gaza. And the destruction of the higher education not only denies people the right to an education, but also it brings change to the society by targeting intellectuals and the human capital in general. As you can see on the screen, these are the losses in human capital mainly, and we can say these are conservative numbers because there is a very limited access to data. Our colleagues, when we worked on our paper with IFPO, the French institution, it was difficult to work on the field. We reached some places, but it was very difficult to reach other places, mainly around Netzarim area, where are many universities exist. It is now a military zone, so it is very complicated, and due to the targeting, the wide targeting for anybody in Gaza, it is very risky to reach these universities. But when we talk about human capital, we have around 600 students of universities killed. These are the recorded. The number was in June around 523. In November, late October, it became 600. When we talk about workers, including professors, we are talking about around 110. The number was in June around 100. These numbers are not final, of course. The numbers we expect that the numbers are higher than this, but based on the data that we have, these are the numbers. Also, we had around 88,000 students at the point of the war, but after that we had around also 39,000 students who were supposed to enter universities. The higher school students, they lost this opportunity. Another around 40,000 were supposed to be in their higher school last year, this year. So we have around 80,000 students lost their opportunity to enter the higher education system. It will be very complicated and very difficult to this system under such pressure to accept these students after the end of this war without any emergency plans. The destruction for infrastructure, we are talking about 90% of the buildings in the 28 higher education institutes are damaged partly or completely. In April, we counted 32 buildings destroyed. In late October, the numbers are saying that 90 buildings destroyed. The Islamic University, for example, estimated its losses by $140 million. These are early estimations. The Al-Azhar University said that it had around $121 million of losses. In general, the early estimations of the collective losses are around 500 million to 600 million dollars in total to restore higher education system as it was before this war. I can now talk briefly about the consequences. The first thing, the existence of the higher education institute. After this destruction, it is a challenge to keep these institutions protected. There is many steps worked by or done by the players, the stakeholders of this sector, including the National Committee, including the official players, including the universities itself. The first and most important thing is to collect the data of these universities, the archive of these universities and servers, protected servers outside Palestine, and the ability to issue any documents related to the students, existing students or former students from a central platform, which is could be in any place. You can ask to take your document from any place. So this is a national effort succeeded in this. Also, the existence of these universities now is not only physical, it's related to its human capital. How to protect your human capital and your professors. You lost many shaheeds of them, you lost many as prisoners, others also left the Palestine, left Gaza to Egypt before May, of course. So you have this problem. The priorities of your staff. We are talking about continuous evacuation, security as a concern for people, humanitarian needs, economic crisis of people, because due to the financial crisis of these universities, some of these universities, mainly the private ones, put their workers in an unpaid leave and open leave. So they need such support. Also about the students, what are the priorities of the students now? They need to help their families. They have to find food, water, shelter, security. These are the priorities. Also, the priorities of or based on the financial limited resources of people. What are our priorities now? Is it education? This is a question. Also, we can say that the environment is not academic environment in general, continuous evacuation and the human crisis. The communication challenge, mainly internet for students, is very difficult and very heavy duty to keep connected online in your virtual classes. This is very difficult, but the numbers, the recent numbers from the Ministry of Higher Education says that around 75 to 80% of the Gazan students are enrolled in their universities, and they are attending their classes, online classes now at this point. We are talking about several initiatives to support this sector. The first are the local initiatives. The Visiting Student Initiative, which came from the universities of the West Bank, or which supported and opened the classes for the students from Gaza. The professors were volunteers in this, and this initiative worked for the second semester. But due to the numbers, we were talking about 48,000 students from Gazan universities showed interest in attending such classes, but only 6,000 students passed these courses for the last semester. So it is very difficult. However, now the universities of Gaza are working online mostly. Most of these universities are working online. So the attendance is much higher, as I said, and the commitment is much higher for these universities. There is a SNAD initiative now, and yesterday there was a marathon here in Palestine to support the Gazan universities to continue working. There is $16 million support from Al Ta'awun institution, welfare institution. It is a Palestinian collective institution and NGO. Gets support from Palestinians, Palestinian businessmen in diaspora. And now there is initiatives to support the Gazan universities in its heavy duties and missions by offering these amounts of money as a tuition fees for the students, and then this will be generated as salaries and running costs for the universities. Regional international initiatives, there is many regional and international initiatives to support by individual, maybe role for academics, or by donations, or many ideas. But I think until now we are talking about fragmented initiatives with sometime absence of the concerns that we will talk about. Also, the official support comes from several countries through UN agencies, through direct maybe support for the Palestinian universities or Palestinian institutions. This is working, but until now it is limited. The most important thing here is to work based on understanding the Israeli vision for the day after. As I said, de-radicalization is the aim of the Israeli heavy edicide in Gaza. So producing a new Palestinian educational system which is accepted to Israel. The Palestinian vision is reconstructing the higher education system in Gaza on national basis, with Palestinian ownership on this process. Support the students and academics to stay in Gaza, صمود, support higher education system to restore its academic environment and programs, and refuse any conditionality. So I was hearing about initiative to establish a temporarily virtual university to support the students of Gaza. The Palestinians are refusing this. This is a new crisis for Palestinian higher education, and mainly for the universities in Gaza. It is not an issue of taking the class. It is the issue of education as resistance, education as a صمود. Education is part, and higher education is part of the national Palestinian identity and national Palestinian building, human capital building instrument. So any support has to be under these determinants. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim and Dr. Habash for highlighting the challenges faced by the education sector in Gaza. Now we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Yusuf Al-Jamal. Yusuf is Gaza coordinator at the Palestinian Activism Program at the American Friends Service Community. Al-Jamal holds a doctorate in Middle Eastern Studies in a Palestinian refugee, and he's a Palestinian refugee from Gaza, and he's a senior non-resident scholar at the Hashim Sandi Center for Palestinian Studies, University of Malaya. He has contributed a number of books on Palestine, including Gaza Writes Back and Light in Gaza. Yusuf's presentation titled Education and Health Targeted Israeli Genocide in Gaza. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, Muhammad, for the introduction, and thank you all for being here. I think much has been said about what happened to the education and health sectors in Gaza. So I'll do my best not to repeat what has already been said. I will start with an introduction about Gaza and the history of Gaza, which is very relevant to what's happening today. As Muhammad said in the introduction, I work for the American Friends Service Committee, and it was actually the American Friends Service Committee, the AFSC, that started Palestinian refugee camps in 1948 up until December 1949. That's when UNRWA was established. So for about a year and 3 months, it was the AFSC that ran Palestinian, and it started Palestinian refugee camps, 8 refugee camps in Gaza before UNRWA took over. I knew about Palestinian refugee camps and their establishment by the AFSC by a Palestinian elder named Ahmed Al-Hajj. Dr. Mahmoud knows him closely. He was a great Palestinian nationalist. He lived in a rental house in Shati refugee camp his entire life, although he was able to have his own house, but he refused to accept his status as a refugee. And this is important when we talk about Palestinian refugees in Gaza, the mentality of Palestinian refugees and how they think of return, to understand what happened later on October 7th. So it was Ahmed Al-Hajj who told me about the AFSC and explained Gaza's history to me. And as I said, he lived his entire life in a rental apartment in Shati, and he participated in the Great March of Return. This is his photo at the Great March of Return. And in January this year, January 17, he lost his life under siege. He was 90 years old, 76 years down the road from Nakba, when he left his town, crawling on the ground in Fallujah village, which is close to Gaza, until he made it to Gaza to his high school. His mom asked him to leave because she wanted him to receive the education and to survive and to carry the name of the family. So this is the story of Palestinian refugees. This is the story of Ahmed Al-Hajj. And again, this is a map of Greater Gaza, which had dozens of villages. These villages were ethnically cleansed in 1948, and the population, the majority of the population of these villages, these refugees ended up in Gaza. 70% of Gaza's refugees population are refugees, including my family. There are 8 refugee camps, and many of these refugees live across the border from what used to be their towns. And they have always dreamed of return. So return is very integral to their identity today and in the past. And that's why Israel has always viewed Gaza as a threat, because it has the largest refugee population very close to its borders. These are the borders of Gaza according to the Armistice Agreement of 1949. The red line is the border of Gaza, but again, this is the mentality of Israel: expansion. They created a buffer zone, demilitarized zone, and then they annexed this buffer zone. The Gaza was 555 kilometers. This is the size, the actual size of Gaza, according, or what we know as Gaza today, according to the 1949 ceasefire agreement. But then Israel annexed this territory and it became part of Israel. And not only this, they created another buffer zone inside Gaza. And this is all before October 7th. And now we have a totally different map. The Netzarim corridor, the Philadelphia corridor, and we have different 3 Gazas, humanitarian bubbles as they call them. There are plans to annex northern Gaza. So expansion is part and parcel of evil Zionism. But then we had October 7 and the attack on Palestinian education and health. Much has been said in the previous presentations about these 2 sectors. So I will not be talking about the health sector because we have a message from Dr. Fadl Naim from Gaza. He's the director of the Baptist Hospital, and he has stayed in northern Gaza, one of a few doctors in the north of Gaza. So we'll have a message about the health sector from him. I'm not talking more about this, but I'll just give you some statistics here. There are 44,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza. This doesn't include at least 10,000 more who are still under the rubble. We have you see the statistics are updating every day. 104,000 Palestinians injured. We have about 2 million people displaced, 2 out of 2.3 million. This is a big number. So we have a catastrophe on many different levels that is even like worse than the catastrophe of 1948 in terms of starvation, displacement, the collapse of the education and health sectors. So Israel has been using starvation as a weapon in Gaza. We have a famine in northern Gaza today, but also starvation is spreading in the south where my family lives. About 700,000 Palestinian citizens who live in northern Gaza, and now the number is decreasing, of course, because of the continuing bombardment. We have about 400,000 Palestinians in northern Gaza, including in Gaza City. There's a systematic famine and starvation against them. Just yesterday, 3 women lost their lives in Deir al-Balah as they lined up to receive aid because of starvation. So people were pushing, trying to get aid. Hungry people, literally hungry people. There are people who die because of hunger in Gaza almost every day. Because of the lack of nutrition, the lack of aid. If you have bread in southern Gaza, you're too lucky today. And again, the situation in the north part of Gaza is much worse. We have about 80,000 housing units that were destroyed, about 400 mosques that were destroyed, 3 historical churches. Like Gaza's history is completely wiped out. There's a systematic destruction of housing units, of refugee camps, just to create facts on the ground, to redesign Gaza according to Israel's architecture of occupation. This is just a photo of a young child in a makeshift clinic who is suffering from malnutrition. Again, I'm not going to talk about the health system, but generally Israel destroyed almost every single hospital in Gaza. We only have the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital functioning. It was also targeted, and the tents around the hospital of displaced people were targeted multiple times in the southern part of Gaza. We have the Baptist Hospital that is partially functioning. This is where Dr. Fadl Naim is working. He's the director of the hospital. And the rest of hospitals, Kamal Udwan was just targeted a few days ago, many times. In fact, the entire medical team at the hospital were arrested by Israel, with the exception of Dr. Abu Safiya, who was injured and whose son was killed. So this is like we have a serious catastrophe there. This is a Shifa medical complex. This is how Israel turned the biggest hospital in Gaza to. It's a mass grave. There are 3 mass graves at the hospital. So I'll just go to talk more in detail about the targeting of academic institutions. Dr. Ibrahim Rabaya just talked about different figures, statistics about targeting universities, schools. All of Gaza's universities, 8 universities, were completely destroyed, intentionally destroyed. Some of them are now used partially as shelters. If you look at the Islamic University of Gaza, you will find people living there. They're no longer universities, completely leveled to the ground. And again, there are videos and footage of Israeli soldiers bragging online about destroying these academic institutions. So it's not for military purposes. It's all intentional and planned. We have about 90,000 students in Gaza, university students, who had to halt their studies. And again, the number of students losing their scholarships, hundreds of them, is increasing by the day because of the closure of the Rafah crossing. Targeting academics, we have about 150 academics who were killed by Israel, including Dr. Rifat Lari, Dr. Ra'ad Qaddura, who are part of this center. Destruction of schools. Hundreds of schools were destroyed, and about 90% of Gaza's schools were destroyed. And again, we have to understand that this is also part of Israel's war on UNRWA, the destruction of UNRWA infrastructure. This is where I went to school from the 1st grade to the 9th grade, and without this system of free education, I wouldn't be here today. So Israel understands the importance of UNRWA in this network of free education for Palestinian refugees. So they're targeting displaced people, but they're also destroying UNRWA shelters and schools. And again, the remaining schools are used as shelters. And every day we hear in the news that Israel is targeting another school and killing dozens of people. This is Rifat Al-Air, and I want to especially speak about Rifat because he's my friend, my teacher, and my mentor. He has impacted the lives of many people in Gaza, including people in this hall. He got his PhD from UPM, University of Petra, Malaysia, his master's degree from UCL, University College London, and his BA from the Islamic University of Gaza. He went to school with Dr. Mahmoud from 1997 to 2001. And he had a dream to tell Gaza's story. So he invested his life and time into storytelling, training hundreds of young people on creative writing, the use of social media, storytelling, poetry, prose, political science. He was talented. He had many skills. He would be like following football, talking about the most recent films, drama series, Harry Potter, politics, Kunafa. He talks about everything. Rifat was an encyclopedia. And Dr. Mahmoud always called him Abu Fahour because he would dig into things and find things that no one else would find. For example, he found the Israel Project Global Language Dictionary document, which was released in 2009, and he worked along with others on translating this document into Arabic. So he understands Israel's propaganda very well. So this document is about teaching Israeli spokespeople. It's available online, you can find it. How to tell the Israeli side of the narrative in a very smart way that convinces Western audience. How to talk about Jerusalem, how to talk about Gaza, how to talk about the wall in the West Bank, how to talk about settlements, how to use effective communication tools and messaging to spread Israel's propaganda. And Israel targeted him. So this is Rifat acting silly at this campus here. He asked me to take a photo of him while not looking at the camera. This was in front of the building of the Faculty of Arts where Dr. Mahmoud gave his talk recently. And this is a photo at the bus stop at University Malaya.
Long time ago.
Yes, I didn't have a beard. I was handsome and young. But again, the reason Israel targeted Rifat is because Rifat was very smart at telling Gaza stories. He edited Gaza Writes Back, co-edited Gaza and Silence. And again, his legacy is in his students. And he co-founded We Are Not Numbers with Ahmed now, who's here. So his legacy is huge, and he was the official spokesperson without being appointed as such of Gaza during the genocide. And I remember how people, last year we had the conference here, and Ra'ed was killed along with his family, and Rifat told me that he was shocked that Ra'ed was killed. He didn't know. He just read it somewhere online because the huge was lost, and every day we would be losing dozens of friends. You cannot count who was killed. And then a few days later, a week later, literally, Rifat was killed. And I have lost over 40 members of my family, but I have never felt as sad as I did when Rifat was killed. Because again, Rifat was life. He would speak of life. He would give us the needed time to get the needed feedback. Sometimes he would bully us and stalk us so that we could be the best version of ourselves, to apply for scholarships, to improve ourselves. So he was a remarkable person. And his poem, If I Must Die, You Must Live to Tell My Story, went viral after he was killed. He wrote this poem in 2011. And the person meant in this poem, like the well, I would say, that Rifat wrote in this poem was to his daughter, Shayma, his eldest daughter, who was killed also in April this year, along with her husband and child. Rifat became a grandfather at the age of 44, but he did not live long enough to see his grandchild. And his grandchild was also killed. So this is the amount of catastrophe we're talking about today. So let's remember Rifat and continue his traditional legacy of storytelling. I mean, these statistics are not extremely up to date, so the situation is worse than that. All universities are destroyed. Dozens of schools, hundreds of schools were also destroyed. The education system itself has stopped. We are talking about a second. So this is the second year of academic loss for students. Students do not go to school anymore. Some students take online classes. High school students stop their education. They did not move to the second level stage of going to the university, etc., etc. And again, a whole generation is subjected to lack of education. We have always bragged in Gaza about the high literacy rates that we have. One of the highest literacy rates in the world is in Gaza. About 97% of people are literate. They can read and write, and many have degrees and even postgrad degrees. So this is common in Gaza, to invest in education, because this is the thing that we have as refugees. This is the best investment that we make. And this is how the Islamic University of Gaza looks like today. This is how Al-Azhar University looks like today. This is the campus of the middle area, which is now part of the Netzarim corridor. And there's also a school, another school next to it called Palestine University. It was also completely destroyed. And it's not just the destruction of academic institutions, it's also the destruction of the cultural heritage of Gaza. All cultural centers in Gaza City were destroyed. The Grand Omari Mosque was also destroyed. You see the photo. It's one of the oldest, second oldest mosque in Palestine after Al-Aqsa Mosque. That used to be a church called St. John Cathedral that was turned into a mosque later because of differences among Christian sects. They built a church each around the mosque that became the mosque and gave it to Palestinian Muslims. Libraries. I know that the Hashim Sani library in Gaza survived. The books are still there. It was damaged, but they're somewhere there. I got photos, but I do not really know any other library that survived in Gaza. So there's a huge destruction of cultural heritage, education, and books. So I realized that it's important to also document these stories of people, displaced people. 2 million people are displaced in Gaza, and the number is increasing every day. With the help of the American Friends Service Committee and the Hashim Sani Center, so it's a collaborative effort here. We produced this book, Displaced in Gaza. We'll be launching this book on December 3rd at the Selangor Book Fair. So you're invited to join. We'll have also the book available, and these are some of the stories of Fida al-Shakhrit, 32 years old, from Beit Hanun in another part of Gaza. She says that she lost her husband on the 5th day of the genocide. And now she says, I have become both a mother and a father to my children. This is Tariq al-Hajj from Nusayrat refugee camp, 30 years old, on March 19 this year, which was supposed to be the birthday of his daughter, Suwar. It was actually the day he lost his very child. He says, I had promised her that her birthday would be special, but on the third birthday, the occupation killed her. And finally, Hala al-Najmi, 13 years old, from Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza. She says that the Israeli occupation bombed her home, killing everyone in my family except my brother and I. My dream is for the war to stop and for my brother to walk again. My conclusion, so I will have this short conclusion and then we will go to a message from Dr. Fadl Naim from Gaza. I think it's very important to hear from people on the ground, especially Dr. Fadl, who has played a great role in maintaining as much as he could, maintaining the health sector in Gaza, especially at the Baptist hospital where a horrible massacre took place in Gaza. More than 600 people were killed. So Israel has systematically destroyed the education and health sectors in Gaza in an attempt, as Dr. Ibrahim Rabaya say, to redesign it according to Israel's wishes, especially the education system. Israel's finance minister, Smotrich, said, we have to change the education system in Gaza. And I think the challenge now is to make sure that the education system and the health sectors are built, redesigned according to the decolonial narrative that Palestinians have. And this is the reason why we had people like Rifat. So we have to be intentional in our reconstruction of Gaza to make sure that our curriculum is national, is Palestinian, and our health sector is independent, from Israel. Because over the years, even before October 7, about 700 people in Gaza lost their lives because of Israel's misuse of the permit regime that it created to punish Palestinian patients who needed medical health care in the West Bank. So we do not have to live this again. And we should never have an Israeli curriculum in Gaza. We have a Palestinian curriculum. We have a long Palestinian tradition and history. Gaza has been destroyed over the years, completely destroyed many times. But it's different when you see a city, when you read about a city that was destroyed, and when you live this, especially when you have your memories, your childhood memories, your family, your friends there. But again, I do believe that Gaza will rise from ashes. Gaza has the phoenix bird as its symbol, and there was a statue of it at Saha next to the Baptist hospital. And I do believe that Gaza will rise from ashes again. Thank you very much. And now we'll move to the message by Dr. Fadl Naim, the director of, please give me my phone. I have the, okay, I have it here, sorry. The director of the Baptist Hospital. We know that a horrible massacre took place in October there. So I think it's very important to have Dr. Fadl Naim, the director of the Baptist Hospital and orthopedic surgeon. He studied medicine in Germany and specialized in orthopedics in Turkey. He is the former chairman of the Palestinian Physicians Syndicate and the former dean of Faculty of Medicine. He is also a chairman of Hayat Center for Emergency Preparedness. Dr. Naim lost his son, Anas, who was killed, and his mother, who was murdered by the Israeli army in the ongoing genocide. Unfortunately, despite being just meters away, he was not able to treat her wounds nor bid her a final farewell or bury her. But he's still doing his job up until today. He's one of a few doctors who remained in another part of Gaza. So we're very glad to have him and listen to his message.
الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله وأصلي وأسلم على رسول الله الحضور الكريم كل باسمه ولقبه أحييكم بتحية الإسلام العظيم وأرسل برسالة صمود وثبات من أرض غزة العزة من أرض ارتوى كل شبر فيها بدماء شهيد ومعاناة مصاب وأم فقدت أولادها وزوجة فقدت عائلها وعائلة تم إنهاؤها ومسحها من السجل المدني بالكامل. لقد تعمد الاحتلال ومنذ بداية العدوان إلى تدمير جميع مناحي الحياة في قطاع غزة، وعلى وجه الخصوص ومن أكثر المنظومات التي تضررت بسبب العدوان هي المنظومة الصحية، التي تعمد الاحتلال على إنهاء جميع نواحيها من حيث البنية التحتية ومن حيث الأنظمة ومن حيث المعدات والأجهزة ومن حيث الطواقم الطبية. إن المنظومة الصحية وأصلا من قبل العدوان كانت تعاني كانعكاس من انعكاسات حالة الحصار من ضعف شديد وعدم قدرة على تقديم الخدمة الصحية بالكامل، لكن هذه المعاناة زادت وتضاعفت بعد بدء العدوان. فقد تعمد العدوان ومنذ الأسبوع الأول كما حدث في المستشفى الأهلي العربي إلى تدمير البنية التحتية في المستشفيات. فقد تم قصف المستشفى الأهلي العربي بقذيفة أدت إلى استشهاد وإصابة أكثر من 500 مواطن فلسطيني، وكذلك تدمير جزئي للمستشفى. هذا كان في اللحظة كنا نظنه أنه الحالة الاستثنائية، لكن للأسف ومع مرور الأيام تبين أنه القاعدة. فقد تعمد الاحتلال إلى تدمير جميع المستشفيات ومنشآت الصحية في قطاع غزة، بما في ذلك المستشفيات الكبرى مثل مستشفى الشفاء ومستشفى ناصر ومستشفى القدس ومستشفى كمال عدوان ومستشفى الرنتيسي ومستشفى العودة، وكذلك المراكز الصحية الصغيرة. فأصبح جميع مراكز المنشآت الطبية مهدمة ومدمرة. لقد قمنا بإعادة تعمير بعض المستشفيات الصغيرة، ومثال ذلك المستشفى الأهلي العربي الذي أصبح يقدم الخدمة الصحية المتكاملة لجميع سكان شمال قطاع غزة منذ أشهر طويلة. فبعد أن خرجت جميع مستشفيات مدينة غزة ومستشفيات المحافظة الشمالية، أصبح المستشفى الأهلي العربي هو المستشفى الوحيد الذي يقوم بتقديم خدمة الجراحة وخدمة الباطنة والخدمات الأخرى الصحية. هذا زاد من معاناة أولا المواطنين والجرحى الذين تكدسوا بالمئات في المستشفى. السعة السريرية لمستشفى الأهلي العربي هي عبارة عن 30 إلى 50 سرير في الوضع الطبيعي. اليوم لدينا أكثر من 150 مريض مبيت في المستشفى، ووصلت عدد في بعض الأحيان إلى 300 مصاب. اضطررنا إلى استغلال كل ساحة من ساحات المستشفى، سواء الكنيسة الموجودة في المستشفى أو المكتب الموجود في المستشفى، وتحويلها إلى منامات للمصابين. هذا من ناحية هدم البنية التحتية. لكن في نفس الوقت حالة الحصار المطلق على قطاع غزة والمشدد على شمال قطاع غزة أدى إلى نفوذ أكثر من 70% من المستهلكات والأدوية والمعدات الطبية، مما منعنا من قدرة على تقديم الخدمة لكثير من المرضى والمصابين. كذلك تكدس الحالات المعقدة التي تحتاج إلى تدخلات من فرق طبية متعددة، جراحة عظام وأعصاب وأوعية دموية وتجميل وجراحة عامة وأحيانا صدر وعيون، هذا غير متوفر في شمال قطاع غزة، وذلك بسبب استشهاد عدد كبير من الطواقم الصحية واعتقال عدد منهم ونزوح عدد كبير منهم إلى جنوب قطاع غزة، مما فاقم من معاناة كثير من الجرحى وأفقد كثير من المصابين حياتهم أو أطرافهم. كما إن المستشفيات تعتمد اعتمادا كليا على الطاقة وعلى الكهرباء للتشغيل، وقد تعمد الاحتلال بداية بتدمير شركة الكهرباء وتعمد استهداف مصادر الطاقة البديلة مثل الطاقة الشمسية، ومنع دخول السولار الذي تعتمد على المولدات الكهربائية، إلى اضطرار هذه المستشفيات إلى القيام بسياسات ترشيد للتمكن من الاستمرار في تقديم الخدمة بالحد الأدنى. إننا نعيش يوميا في حالة ضغط من إمكانية عدم توفر السولار، مما يضطرنا إلى إيقاف بعض الخدمات الأساسية مثل غسيل الأقمشة العمليات أو تعقيم المعدات الطبية للعمليات، أو حتى إيقاف جهاز الCT الوحيد، تصوير الطبقي الوحيد الموجود في شمال قطاع غزة في المستشفى الأهلي العربي. هذا طبعا يؤدي إلى ضعف الخدمة المقدمة. كما أن حالة الحصار المفروضة على قطاع غزة ومنع دخول الوفود الطبية إلى شمال قطاع غزة يجعلنا غير قادرين على تقديم الخدمة لكثير من الحالات المتخصصة مثل جراحة الأعصاب وجراحة الأوعية الدموية وكذلك جراحة الأورام وجراحة الصدر. كما لابد أن نؤكد على أن هناك مشكلة قائمة ومستعصية وتحتاج إلى معالجة، وهو وجود أعداد كبيرة من المرضى من أصحاب الأمراض المزمنة كبار السن والأطفال، من مرضى السكري والضغط وكذلك مرضى السرطان ومرضى الفشل الكلوي والأمراض الأطفال المستعصية، الذين بسبب ازدحام المستشفيات وقلة الإمكانات ينسوا في غالب الأحيان، وكذلك عدم توفر أصلا أخصائيين للتعامل مع هذه الحالات. هذه النقطة لابد من التركيز عليها دائما في الحديث عندما نتحدث عن حالة الحرب، لأن الحرب لا تتمثل فقط في المصابين لكنها في المجتمع، كما أن ضعف المناعة ونقص التغذية وعدم توفر وسائل النظافة والتكدس الشديد في مراكز اللجوء أدى إلى انتشار كثير من الأمراض المعدية وكذلك مثل الإسهال والتهابات الجهاز التنفسي والأمراض الجلدية وغيرها. في ختام هذه الكلمة أؤكد على مالي ضرورة بذل أكبر جهد والضغط على الاحتلال من أجل تأمين المنشآت الصحية وكذلك الطواقم الطبية العاملة فيها، بما في ذلك طواقم الإسعاف والطوارئ والدفاع المدني، وتأمين وصولهم إلى مناطق الاستهداف وإجلاء الجرحى، وكذلك الضغط على الاحتلال من أجل فتح المعابر لتأمين دخول المساعدات الإنسانية والطبية والأدوية والمستهلكات وغيرها، وتأمين دخول السولار وتأمين دخول الأجهزة الطبية وقطع الغيار، وكذلك دخول الوفود الطبية إلى جنوب وشمال قطاع غزة وتمكين الجرحى والمصابين الذين يحتاجون بالعلاج بالخارج من السفر إلى الخارج. ضرورة إنشاء برامج تدريبية سواء من خلال الوفود الطبية الزائرة إلى قطاع غزة أو من خلال التعليم عن بعد من أجل تدريب الطواقم المحلية للتعامل مع الإصابات المعقدة وإدارة الأزمة، وكذلك الطواقم الهندسية لتدريبها على تعمير وإصلاح الأعطال المختلفة. نؤكد كذلك على ضرورة إنشاء مستشفيات ميدانية متخصصة بما في ذلك توفير الطواقم الطبية اللازمة لتشغيل المستشفيات بسبب حالة الإرهاق التي يعاني منها الطواقم المحلية. أؤكد في ختام هذه الكلمة على شكري وتقديري لكل الجهود المبذولة من أجل دعم القطاع الصحي في فلسطين، وندعو الله عز وجل أن يكون ذلك في ميزان حسنات كل من بذل الجهد، وشكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you to Dr. Fadl Naim. You can see the fatigue on his face. He's been doing his job for since October 7, and
he lost
a lot of weight because of starvation. So thank you very much, and thank you to the Hashim Sani Center for the space today.
He's a great he's the father of you. Oh, yeah. He's very good.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf, for your compiling presentation on the targeted attack on vital sector in Gaza, the health sector. And also we extended our thanks to Dr. Fadl Naim for his impressive words that he mentioned. So now, we will now take a short break. Please return back at 1:30 p.m. inshallah. We will resume after the afternoon session. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back. To begin our afternoon session, we have Mr. Sadiq Abu Amir. He's the head of the Palestinian dialogue group in Turkey. He will be with us now presenting on the topic targeted genocide, the systematic targeting of Palestinian children in Gaza. Please welcome Mr. Sadiq.
معكم صادق أبو عامر باحث في الشأن الفلسطيني ورئيس مجموعة الحوار الفلسطيني. نتحدث اليوم عن موضوع حساس جدا ويعني ذو شجون بالنسبة لنا كفلسطينيين، وأيضا يعني حول ما الذي ترمي به إسرائيل من ارتكاب أو استخدام الإبادة المستهدفة، وليس فقط الإبادة الجماعية، لما يمكن أن نسميه استهداف الأطفال الفلسطينيين. نحن نتحدث تقريبا بمعدل كل 15 دقيقة يتوفى طفل فلسطيني. إذا يعني جمعنا عدد الشهداء الأطفال أكثر من 17,000 شهيد من هؤلاء الأطفال استشهدوا حتى الآن في هذه الحرب، والكثير منهم طبعا يتم أيضا. يعني إذا أضفنا إلى الأطفال الذين يعانون من هذه الحرب بسبب فقدان أحد الوالدين. إذا باختصار أود أن أسلط الضوء على هذا الملف، وهو من القضايا التي يعني تحتاج إلى تفسير ربما نفسي وأيضا استراتيجي وربما عقائدي وديني. ما الذي يجعل إسرائيل تركز على محو جيل كامل من الفلسطينيين؟ إذا تحت وطأة جريمة الإبادة الجماعية التي لم يشهد لها التاريخ مثيلا، تعتبر عملية استهداف قوات الاحتلال الممنهج للأطفال في كل المناحي وفي كل الجرائم وكل المجازر التي ارتكبت. كان هناك ضحايا أطفال من القضايا التي ليس لها تفسير عسكري. يعني لا يوجد هناك ما يمكن أن نسميه ضرورات عسكرية أملت على الاحتلال أن يرتكب هذه الجرائم، ولا يوجد هناك أي مبرر لما يمكن أن تدعيه دولة إسرائيل بمسألة الدفاع عن النفس أو الانتقام مما جرى في 7 أكتوبر. كل ما هنالك أن هذا أصبح يعني استراتيجية ممنهجة وسياسة متبعة من مستويات مختلفة على مستوى الجيش الإسرائيلي. الأرقام منذ 7 أكتوبر عام 2023 قتل الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في حربه حرب الإبادة الجماعية على قطاع غزة ما يقارب 17,492 طفل فلسطيني، بينهم 211 رضيعا ولدوا واستشهدوا داخل الحرب. تخيلوا يعني مسألة من هذا النوع ماذا تعني؟ يعني تعني أن كل يعني عملية قصف تقريبا كان يقوم بها الاحتلال كان يستشهد فيها أطفال، بما فيهم الأطفال الذين ولدوا في الحرب واستشهدوا في هذه الحرب. إذا كنا نتحدث بلغة كمان لغة الأرقام، بالإضافة إلى 825 طفل دون السنة، يعني أقل من عام. وهذا يعني بحسب وزارة الصحة نتحدث عن استشهاد كل 10 دقائق استشهاد طفل وفق وزارة الصحة الفلسطينية، وأن هناك أكثر من 4,000 طفل بترت أحدى أطرافه. وهذه أحد الكوارث التي يمكن أن نرى نتائجها بعد هذه الحرب وليس فقط في هذه الحرب. وكما أشارت منظمة اليونيسف في أحدث تقاريرها أن الحرب المستمرة ضد قطاع غزة حرمت 600,000 فلسطيني من التعليم، وجعلت أكثر من 17,000 طفل يتيم كذلك. يعني فقد أحد الأطفال منهم أحد الوالدين. إضافة للقتل والإصابات والنزوح وفقدان الوالدين، يواجه أطفال غزة خطر الموت جوعا وعطشا نتيجة سياسة التجويع الممنهجة التي تنتهجها إسرائيل ضد الفلسطينيين في قطاع غزة، لا سيما في مناطق مدينة غزة وشمالها، وحتى أصلا حتى في الجنوب اليوم لا يمكن التمييز بين الأوضاع في شمال قطاع غزة والأوضاع في جنوب قطاع غزة. الجوع والعطش وسوء التغذية شمل جميع المناطق بلا استثناء، ربما تخف في مناطق وتزيد في مناطق، لكن بالمجمل نحن نتحدث عن أوضاع مأساوية في هذا الجانب. يعني هناك أيضا فرص الحصول على وجبة طعام واحدة يوميا، حيث تشير التقديرات إلى أن 3500 طفل معرضون للموت بسبب سوء التغذية. هذا أيضا يعني كارثة ينتظرها العالم إذا لم يتدخل لمعالجة هذا التهديد. أيضا الاستهداف الممنهج للأطفال في غزة هو قضية معقدة تتعلق بعدة عوامل سياسية واستراتيجية تنتهجها آلة الحرب الإسرائيلية في جريمة الإبادة التي أصبحت وفق كل القوانين الدولية وشرعة حقوق الإنسان هي والقانون الدولي الإنساني هي جريمة إبادة جماعية كاملة الأركان. وهناك طبعا عدة تفسيرات ولا أقول مبررات لهذا الأمر. أيضا من ضمن هذه التبريرات التي تقدمها إسرائيل هي التصريحات والتغطية وشرعنت مثل هذا الموضوع عندما يتحدث وزير رئيس دولة إسرائيل الذي يعني محسوب على حزب العمل، أي الأحزاب الحزب الغير محسوب على اليمين، يعني موصوف بأنه حزب يؤيد السلام مع العرب والفلسطينيين، يتحدث أن أحداث 7 أكتوبر تتحملها الأمة كاملة في قطاع غزة، أي يريد أن يقول أن الشعب الفلسطيني في غزة كله يجب أن يدفع ثمن ما جرى في 7 أكتوبر. وأيضا يتحدث يؤاف جالانت وزير الدفاع الإسرائيلي عن أننا نحارب حيوانات بشرية، وهذا محاولة لتجريد الإنسان في غزة، الفلسطيني في غزة، من البعد الإنساني وتبرير عمليات القتل الواسع التي تقوم بها قوات الاحتلال. وكذلك الأمر بنيامين نتنياهو عندما تحدث ومشيرا إلى أن إسرائيل يجب أن تتصل لأنها مستقبل الحضارة على المحك، أي أن الآخرين يقصد فيها هنا الفلسطينيين أنهم همج ويعني شعب بربري يجب التخلص منه وهو فائض على البشرية. هذا معنى حديثه. نعم. وأيضا العديد من التصريحات بما فيها أفي دختر الذي تحدث عن ضرورة أن يعيش الفلسطينيين نكبة جديدة بعد 7 من أكتوبر، وإتمار بن غفير وزير الأمن القومي الإسرائيلي عندما يقول يجب القضاء على حماس، فإن ذلك يعني أيضا الذين يغنون ويدعمون ويوزعون الحلوى، وحتى هؤلاء أصلا يعتبروا شريحة محدودة وليست شريحة واسعة لدى الفلسطينيين. لكن هذا هو القصد هنا، أنه يريد أن يقول أن كل المجتمع في غزة هو شريك في هذه القضية، ولذلك يجب يعني توسيع نطاق الاستهداف لكل المجتمع بكل المستويات وبما فيهم طبعا الأطفال. وكذلك عمير بيرتز اللي هو وزير التراث الإسرائيلي الذي طالب باستخدام السلاح النووي كأحد الخيارات المطروحة. إذا كل هذه التصريحات هي أحد من تستهدف ومحاولة تبرير حالة الإبادة الجماعية التي ترتكبها قوات الاحتلال وإسرائيل في قطاع غزة، ومحاولة يعني تصوير الفلسطينيين كأناس خارج الحضارة أو أنهم حيوانات بشرية أو أنهم شركاء في ما جرى في 7 أكتوبر. هناك العديد من التفسيرات المتطرفة للنصوص التوراتية. إذا يعني هذا في سياق كيف يبرر الاحتلال أو كيف يمكن تفسير ما جرى من جرائم تستهدف الأطفال، جرائم حرب وإبادة جماعية تستهدف الأطفال. إذا تحدثنا عن عملية شرعنة هذا الأمر عبر التصريحات بالمستوى السياسي الأول والمستوى العسكري كذلك، بما فيها رئيس دولة إسرائيل هرتزوغ الذي يعتبر معتدل وفق التصنيفات بعض التصنيفات الإسرائيلية وغير الإسرائيلية. وأيضا هناك أيضا الجانب الغير معلن هو التفسيرات المتطرفة للنصوص التوراتية. لعبت هذه التفسيرات دورا كبيرا في فرض العنف المنهجي لتحقيق أهداف استراتيجية وأيديولوجية حددت ملامح الإبادة الإسرائيلية المفروضة على سكان قطاع غزة، حيث اعتمدت هذه التفسيرات على 3 محاور رئيسية: أرض الميعاد التفسير الذي يعتبر أرض فلسطين هي أرض الميعاد التي وعد الله بها بني إسرائيل، مما يبرر السيطرة على الأراضي الفلسطينية. أيضا الحرب المقدسة، التفسيرات التي تصور الصراع على أنه حرب مقدسة بين الخير والشر وبين النور والظلام، وهذا أحد التعبيرات التي استخدمها نتنياهو، مما يعزز من الشعور بالهوية الجماعية ويحفز الأفراد على القتل والقتال. أيضا الاستيطان، التفسيرات التي تدعم بناء المستوطنات في الأراضي الفلسطينية، هذه أيضا تفسيرات تستخدم لتبرير التغول الاستيطاني على حساب إلغاء الوجود الفلسطيني باعتباره جزءا من تحقيق النبوءات التوراتية. طبعا هناك العديد من الدراسات والكتب التي تناولت هذه الأساليب. نحن يعني هناك كتاب سويدي يتحدث عن محاولة يعني الشعب الفلسطيني الذي يراد إلغاء وجوده، وهذا أيضا يعني العالم يفهم أن هذه المحاولة الإسرائيلية هي محاولة لإلغاء وجود الفلسطيني، لأنه من ثوابت هذا اليمين الصهيوني الذي يحكم اليوم منع إقامة دولة فلسطينية ومنع بقاء الفلسطينيين في أرضهم، ولذلك هذه تدور وتتحرك السياسة الإسرائيلية وفق هذين الثابتين. أيضا من الأهداف الاستراتيجية والعسكرية إذا جاز التعبير هي محاولة الضغط على المقاومة، حيث ينظر الاحتلال إلى استهداف الأطفال في غزة وقتلهم وسيلة للضغط على فصائل المقاومة بهدف إضعاف قدرتها على المقاومة وإثارة سخط على الحاضنة الشعبية من الحاضنة الشعبية وتقبل الدعم الشعبي لهم وتقليل الدعم الشعبي لهم. أيضا التأثير على الروح المعنوية، يسعى الاحتلال من خلال استهداف الأطفال إلى زعزعة الروح المعنوية للسكان الذين يرفضون الخروج والنزوح من بيوتهم، مما يؤدي إلى تهجيرهم وأضعاف الروح المعنوية وخلق مجتمع مشوه ومفكك وخائف. هناك مسألة ربما لم يعني نتطرق لها، هي البعد النفسي في هذا الاستهداف. من المعروف أن وجود مجتمع خالي من الأطفال هو مجتمع يكون فيه خلل كبير جدا على مستوى يعني رغبته في الإنتاج ورغبته في الحياة ورغبته في الاستمرار. فعملية قتل الأطفال هي أحد محاولات إفقاد الشعب الفلسطيني مقومات الحياة. كل الآباء والعائلات عندما يتوفر لديها الأطفال أو يملكون الأطفال تكون لديهم حافز كبير للحياة من أجل الاستمرار، من أجل الكفاح، من أجل ضمان مستقبل هؤلاء الأطفال. عندما نقتل الأطفال معنى ذلك عدم غياب المستقبل أو إنهاء المستقبل. إذن هي أحد يعني في بعد هنا يجب الانتباه له، أنه محاولة لقتل المستقبل ومحو جيل كامل عبر هذه العملية الممنهجة والسياسات المتبعة سياسيا وعسكريا. أيضا منع إمكانية أن هؤلاء الأطفال بما أن آبائهم مقاتلين أو مناضلين أو حتى مدنيين ومواطنين صالحين يجب قتل أبنائهم، لأنه تحت يعني قناعة أنهم قد يتحولوا إلى يعني مقاتلين جدد فيما بعد سنوات من هذه الحرب أو انتهاء هذه الحرب. أيضا هذا أحد التبريرات التي يمكن أو التفسيرات التي يمكن أن نبحث فيها. أيضا التأثير على النمو السكاني، يعتبر قطاع غزة مجتمع فتي، حيث يشكل الشباب نسبة كبيرة من السكان، يقدر حوالي 69% من السكان هم من الشباب والأطفال، واستهدافهم يهدف إلى تقليل النمو السكاني الفلسطيني والمؤثر على التوازن الديموغرافي في المنطقة. وهذا أيضا من الأهداف الاستراتيجية غير المعلنة، ولكن واضح أن الماكينة وآلة القتل الإسرائيلية تعمل وفق هذه الرؤية ووفق هذه الاستراتيجية. أيضا تدمير البنية التحتية التعليمية، الهجمات على المدارس والمؤسسات التعليمية تهدف إلى تدمير البنية التحتية التعليمية لمنع أي فرصة أمام الطلاب لاستكمال مسيرتهم التعليمية. تحدثنا عن أكثر من 600,000 طالب فلسطيني اليوم يعني هم خارج مقاعدهم الدراسية. لدينا أيضا أكثر من تعرضت مثلا على سبيل المثال 346 مدرسة تعليمية لتدمير جزئي، وأيضا 131 مدرسة وجامعة بشكل كامل تم تدميرها بشكل كامل. وكذلك لدينا أكثر من 12,700 طالب وطالبة، بينهم 3,000 طالب وطالبة أصبحوا من ذوي الإعاقة الدائمة، في خطوة تهدف إلى تدمير مستقبل جيل بأسره حرم ما لا يقل عن 45,000 طفل في سن السادسة من الالتحاق بالمدارس في عامه الأول. ختاما، تسعى إسرائيل إلى جانب هذه المبررات التي تعكس استراتيجية معقدة تهدف إلى إنهاك وتدمير المجتمع الفلسطيني على المدى الطويل من خلال استهداف الأطفال والبنية التحتية الأساسية إلى خلق تغيير في التركيبة الاجتماعية والديمغرافية والتعليمية للمجتمع الغزي من خلال إبادة جيل كامل وخلق جيل مشوه، جيل أمي بدون حياة ودون تعليم. طبعا هذا بالتوازي أيضا مع مشروع آخر ربما يحتاج إلى تسليط الضوء عليه، اللي هو ضرب رأس المال الاجتماعي. نحن لدينا أكثر من 3500 أستاذ جامعي وأكاديمي ومهني وتكنوقراط فلسطيني تم استهدافهم أيضا في هذه الحرب، ليس لهم أي صلة وليس لهم أي علاقة بالمقاومة، فقط لأن لديهم قدرات إدارية أو قدرات علمية أو قدرات أكاديمية جرى استهدافهم. إذا نحن نرى أن هناك عملية لتمزيق المجتمع وتحطيم قدرته على النهوض حضاريا وإخراجه من عملية الحضارة البشرية. هذه هي الاستراتيجية الإسرائيلية، وهي تتفوق حتى عن فكرة الإبادة الجماعية التي غالبا تكون عشوائية، لكن هنا في هذه الحالة عملية محددة ومستهدفة، ويتم هنا استخدام الذكاء الصناعي الذكاء الصناعي نعم، حيث أثبتت الكثير من التقارير والدراسات أن بعض حالات الاستهداف أو الكثير من حالات الاستهداف يتم عن طريق التعرف على مكان مكتظ سكانيا وخاصة من المدنيين، ويتم استهدافهم، ولذلك يريد يعني قتل أكبر عدد ممكن من الفلسطينيين، وغالبا بما أنه الأطفال هم يشكلوا 70% من المجتمع، إذا يحصل هذا القتل بالأطفال بشكل أساسي. هذا ما أود كنت يعني إيضاحه، وهذا ما حاولت هذه السلايدات يعني تقديمه لكم. أتمنى أن أكون يعني وفقت في هذا الجانب، وآمل أن يعني من الإخوة الباحثين والزملاء أن يركزوا على هذا الجانب المظلم والذي ربما يغيب عن بعض مراكز الأبحاث والدراسات والمؤتمرات العلمية، وربما يعني تتطرق له بعض المؤسسات المدنية الحقوقية والقانونية، لكن أيضا في الجانب العلمي والأكاديمي والبحثي يحتاج إلى تعميق غوص وتعمق من أجل فهم الدوافع والأسباب والمبررات والأهداف في هذا الصدد. وأتمنى أن أكون أوصلت لكم هذه المعلومات بشكل مبسط وواضح، وشكرا جزيلا لكم على إتاحة هذه الفرصة. تحياتي لكم.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sadiq, for your detailed and heartbreaking presentation on the critical situation of Gaza genocide. Our next presenter is Dr. Sujud Awais from Malaysia, presenting on Malaysian humanitarian organization in the face of genocide in Gaza, rules and the challenges. Please welcome Dr. Awais.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Sujud Awais, Palestinian researcher and journalist. First of all, I am so grateful for you to give me this chance to participate in this this conference, I will start talking about my paper. It's about the future of UNRWA in light of Israeli measures to dismantle it. Okay. So, as all of us know, at the end of 1948, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed the establishment of UNRWA as a UN agency for Palestinian refugees to give them emergency relief and employment. Since then, UNRWA's rules and its relation with the Palestinians, Israeli occupation, and donor countries have overlapped to intensify in the face of the occupation attempt to dismantle it through this genocide. As a result of the stalled peace process and Palestinians' rejection for virtual solution for refugee return, UNRWA's rules has transformed or enlarged from a humanitarian organization to a social incubator for Palestinians, while Israeli occupation began plans to demolish the UNRWA. Since mid of 2015, with efforts to instigate and pressure the US against UNRWA. The research problem, it's about the attempt to about the UNRWA's future and its role in light of Israeli measures starting with the genocide of Palestinian people. And also the problem, the research attempts to investigate UNRWA's situation at the Palestinian and international level in light of the ongoing Israeli attack, and as well as its financial, international, and humanitarian impact on UNRWA. The research question, it's about what are Israeli military, political, and diplomatic steps to demolish UNRWA, what are the humanitarian, international, and legal implications of Israeli occupation's action on UNRWA's future, and the last one, what is UNRWA's strategy to counter the Israeli occupation's attempt to demolish it. That is about the research importance. It is the research evaluate whether the Israeli genocide successful to dismantle UNRWA after a year of start the genocide, and this study is important because it's provide insight into the organization's future and its services that it services to more than 5 million Palestinians refugees. The methodology of this study, it's three types: the historical approach, the forward-looking approach, and the qualitative approach. And we have a random sample of 25 studies within the time frame that focus on the current period of Gaza Strip war. The genocide started from 7th of October 2023 until this October from this year, 2024. As we know, UNRWA and through the Israeli war on Gaza Strip, the Israeli start targeting UNRWA from the beginning. And it is resumed its old agenda to dismantling UNRWA by accusing it of contributing the Al-Aqsa flood operation. And the thing that within a few days, more than 20 funding countries announced they will cut their providing aid and their donors to the agency. Targeting UNRWA by the occupations in this current war is not new. It's started since the war of 2014 and 2021. But this time is using a strategy, we call it, the researcher Ayat Hamdan call it securitization, by accusing UNRWA of carrying out military actions against Israeli through its employees in the way that affects Israeli national security. On the other hand, UNRWA funding crisis was short-lived after the Israeli narrative was exposed as false when some UNRWA staff after they arrested by the occupation forces, after they were released, they confirmed that they have been tortured by Israeli occupation to say that they are participate on Al-Aqsa flood. The findings about the Israeli measures to dismantling UNRWA, about the Israeli military actions, there is more than 170 arrests against UNRWA institutions and buildings, including schools, clinics, training centers, food or medications stores. And this results to death of over than 700 Palestinian refugees and injured of more than 1,379 Palestinians. And it is about more than 350 attacks on UNRWA facilities, which cause more than 70 of 13,000 local staff in the Gaza Strip were displaced. And about the Israeli political action, the Israeli procedure began later after the military trials and to response to UNRWA's involvement in the reporting of the humanitarian situation in Gaza Strip to the International Criminal Court at the beginning of this year. Earlier on this year, also Israeli lawmaker submitted legislation to close UNRWA offices and prevent them from carrying out their work. And the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, passed a bill classifying UNRWA as a terrorist organization at the first reading and the third reading. Also, the resolution, this legislation will end the relation between Israeli and UNRWA and end the agreement in 1967 between the UNRWA and the Israeli to continue their work in the Palestinian occupations area and for the Palestinian people. About the Israeli measures to the Israeli international measures, for Israel continue its measures, especially in Europe Union country, and that results more than 18 countries cutting their contributions to UNRWA at the first step. Then they continue it later. And also the international campaign targeting Western country is based on the need to end UNRWA and replace it with the World Food Program or World Health Organization or any international organization. The impact of Israeli actions, the humanitarian impact is unable to pay a salary for 30,000 of UNRWA staff, 13 from them in Gaza Strip, and close 120 of UNRWA facilities and more than 29 schools. Displacement more than 80 of Gaza population, and most of them are refugees, and killed about 226 UNRWA employees and attacked more than 350 UNRWA facilities. And the legal impact of Israeli action, this will affect on financial crisis and weakening the international reputation of UNRWA and its report. And banning UNRWA means more than 1.5 million Palestinians in West Bank and also in Gaza will excluded from UNRWA services, and weakening the credibility of the report of UN agencies, especially UNRWA, and violate the international law, which obliges the international community and the member to assist the United Nations to the best of their ability in any action. The future scenarios for the UNRWA. The UNRWA now facing several future scenarios. First of one, the agency, the expulsion of the agency from the Palestinian territories, the West Bank and Gaza, which would make the livelihoods and the services of millions of Palestinians. It is a responsibility for the occupying power, the Israeli occupation, but on the other hand, it will become, their life will become more miserable. Other scenario that UNRWA is maybe forced by the occupation to change its program, policies and definition for the Palestinian refugees. This will cause to make the refugees of the Palestinian less for the UNRWA definition. And on another scenario, it's about the Palestinian themselves regarding to the fact that UNRWA is unable and transform full, it's unable to transform full salary for its staff. And in that case, the Palestinian, they have to find another way to live and another way to continue their life and their education and their organization to support themselves. The conclusion, despite the size of darkness and the blurring of the scenes and the conspiracy that target everything related to Palestinian survival, there are lights on the horizon. I hope so. Entitled that UNRWA is still an expression of the responsibility of the international community of the occupation of Palestine, and that is continuation even as a crust guarantees for the Palestinians the continuation of their right of return. And so the only way to dismantle it completely will be through the implementation of its rights, the Palestinian rights of return. That's everything. I hope you can understand my paper through my voice and my going voice. Thank you very much for everything, and thank you for your listening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sujud, for highlighting the humanitarian response and the challenges faced by the Malaysian organization. Thank you so much for that. Now, we have Dr. Hala Shuman from UK presenting on the topic Israeli genocide and reproduce in Gaza. Testimonies on Palestinian reproductive health assault during the genocide. Please welcome Hala Shuman.
Hello everyone, I'm Hala Shuman, a Palestinian from Gaza and a social and political activist. Today I'll be sharing with you my article, hopefully will be published soon. It's about Israeli genocide and reproductive in Gaza. Testimonies about the assault on Palestinian reproductive health during the genocide. This has been written as a request of many Palestinians in Gaza themselves. They asked me to write it and to expose the realities and crimes that are committed against them and doesn't have enough exposure in media. I'll start sharing now my presentation. So looking at this T-shirt, in 2008-2009 Israeli aggression over Gaza, I was in Gaza. I was about 12 years old, and I remember that there was some Israeli soldiers that started creating T-shirts that went very viral, and it was very concerning for us as Palestinians, specifically in Gaza under the Israeli aggression. That T-shirt had a woman, a pregnant woman, as you can see, and she's at the crosshairs of a shooting person, and you can see in Hebrew written and also in English, 1 shot, 2 kills, and it's in the present tense, so it continues for them. And since I saw this picture, I started thinking, and I remembered that in this genocide, Israel endeavor of annihilating Palestinians and combating domestic or reproductive health of Palestinians has been a long-standing historical endeavor. It's not new. That's why I'm starting with this at the beginning. So each time I'm talking about what's currently unfolding in Gaza as a reproductive genocide or reprocide is a continuation of extended policy and strategy against reproductive health in Gaza and the rest of Palestine. In my literature review in my article, you will see that it does manifest in all historical Palestine in 1948, in West Bank, in Quds, Jerusalem, and Gaza, but in different ways. So different tools are used in different places, geographic places that was fragmented by Israel. However, the goal is one: antinatalist policies against the Palestinians and aggression against our reproductive health, so they can annihilate the Palestinian and colonized community. And this is also not exclusive for Palestinians. Many other colonizers have committed the same crimes against the indigenous colonized communities in Canada and so many other places that I'll be mentioning in the next slides. So Palestinian people have been enduring the heavy toll of Israeli violence and settler colonialism for more than 76 years. This paper focuses on how Israeli settler colonialism manifests not only through violence and dispossession, but also through systematic assaults on Palestinian reproductive health. This paper introduces the concept of reprocide or reproductive genocide that I'll be using them interchangeably through the article and presentation. Building on Palestinian feminist scholars on politics of birth and Israeli settler colonialism like Kanane or Shalhoub Koverkian and others, this paper develops the concept, or again introduces the already framed concept of reprocide to analyze the systematic assault on Palestinian reproductive health in Gaza today for male and females in Gaza. Reprocide is used as a framework that allows us to connect different kinds of violent strategies to make it visible how reproductive violence is working as a genocidal violence in Gaza. Main methodology I'm using in this paper is a combination of autoethnographic account, so my own analysis, my own understanding, my own accounts as a Palestinian from Gaza who left a few days before the beginning of the genocide in Gaza, and for the writing up of my PhD, and at the same time ethnographic data and accounts sent to me by friends, by people who trusted me as activists from Gaza, and also people who wanted me to be more vocal about what's unfolding now in Gaza as part of the ongoing genocide, and it doesn't get a lot of attention. So this paper utilizes the concept of reproductive genocide as mentioned by the collective in 2023. And alternatively, I'm using reprocide that was coined by Ross in 2017, and I'm using them interchangeably. Ross coined the term reprocide to examine how structural policies and practices targeted marginalized populations aim to control and eliminate their reproductive capabilities and potential. I argue that those actions are part of the broader genocidal project against Palestinians, specifically unfolding now in Gaza. Painter also in 2022 used the same term reprocide and mentioned some examples of that, which is the forced sterilization of Black people, prisoners, and Indigenous people in Canada. And it was made permanently by removing their reproductive organs. So before going to the strategies that Israel, I'm theorizing that Israel is using right now in combating the reproductive health of Palestinians, I need to say some important stuff. At the beginning, when we're looking at the genocide, we need to understand that there is so many other mechanisms Israel is upholding within this genocide, among them the reprocide. And the reprocide is different from genocide itself, is that genocide comes or happens in a certain time, certain place. However, reprocide is a more lasting and have a futuristic potential. So in the reprocide, it's about killing those exist, but also killing those potentially would exist. So those babies, I'll explain more in the next slides, those babies that would have existed and the lineage of families that was cut, and also the children that would have reproduced in the next generations. All of that is cut with the reprocide. So the whole face of the community would be changed forever. And what would the community was going to be if this reprocide didn't happen is much different than what's going to be because it happened. To understand all factors that is used within the reprocide, I'll go through the strategies and understanding them and analyzing how each of them is collectively addressing and connected and causing the reprocide. Reprocide as a term is very important to decolonize the knowledge and also to understand the colonized communities and how the gendered part of the genocide is being unfolding in front of us. And it's very crucial and important to understand that genocide and Israeli genocidal campaign has some gendered tactics and gendered mechanism to attack the Palestinians, not just by killing them, but also by attacking their very much identity, their physical, their bodies, and their reproductive capacities. So with this, I'm contributing to the feminist analysis and gender analysis, and we need this gender dimension to understand the violence as they are using this violence against women and men, but is exclusively. So to start with the Israeli strategies, the first strategy I'm talking about is reproductive health violence. So all the violence against reproductive health as a way or a tactic to reprocide. Since the beginning of the acute Israeli genocide over Gaza, the 7th of October 2023, until the 14th of August, and the genocide is still ongoing for more than a year and 2 months, Israel have killed more than 17,000 children. 2,100 of them are toddlers and babies below 2 years old. And those babies that existed and were killed are people will not reproduce to the community. So it's not just they were killed, but also those would have come from them were also prevented. So there is a potential life that was lost in that sense with thinking of reproduction. This number doesn't include people underneath the rubble. It doesn't include also those are not reported and they are lost. As for the Save the Children, they have said there is about 21,000 children that we don't know anything about them. They could be kidnapped, they could be imprisoned, they could be having any destiny, and we don't know about them. And the same thing applies to them. So they are potential lives and they carry potential reproductive lives that are now unfortunately lost. It's always said that 70% of those killed in Gaza are women and children. It is important. However, we need to realize that 30% are also men. So the reproductive capacity needs women and needs men. Without both of them, we can't have reproduction. So we're talking about 100% of the population had their reproduction affected. And those 30% or those like the 70% of women and children make us think that the men have become widowers, and also they have lost their children. So they've lost the potential of being fathers and be called as that, and also they've lost the potential to have a lineage and a family extension because they lost their wives and their children. Also, about the health, it's important to know that since the beginning of the Israeli genocide over Gaza, the miscarriage rate have jumped due to all the circumstances that Israel have created to 300%. And this is unprecedented and a very high and concerning level. At least 155,000 pregnant women and breastfeeding women are lacking prenatal care, postnatal care in a community as Gaza, that prenatal and postnatal were very flourishing to the level that we had a pre-pregnancy preparation in Gaza, and all of that now is it doesn't exist. So women are reaching delivery room or emergency rooms with other injuries, and doctors discover that they are in labor, or women are discovering suddenly that they are in labor because they haven't followed up, because they've lost their husband, their kids, they're running from place to place to shelter, or because of the Israeli forced displacement, or because the infrastructure was lost, so they don't follow up, unfortunately. Long-term reproductive was also created in another dimension, and that's why I'm telling you that Israel is using this tactic, and they know about it, because the nuance detailed of how they're affecting everything related to reproduction is very obvious, but we need to see it so we can understand how they are committing it. So in Gaza, there was a massacre against our embryos, extrauterine children, with killing of over than 4,000 of them in an Israeli airstrike over the Gaza biggest fertility center, El Basma. Also, at the same time, the strike have damaged more than 1,000 more specimens of sperm and unfertilized eggs. So we're talking about 5,000 potential lives, children to be, that were prevented. So about 5,000 families who had spent years trying to have a child out of this way have lost their ability of becoming parents. So those 5,000 families wouldn't have lineage, wouldn't have offspring, and at the same time, those 5,000 babies to be are prevented of having lives and having reproductive life after that. So we're talking about something that would have a generational effect over decades of life over us as Palestinians. This is a quotation by the doctor who had established this clinic, and he said, "One single strike and thousands of potential lives were wiped out. For at least half of the couples who were patients at the clinic, many of whom had saved for years to afford the treatment, those embryos were their last chance to get pregnant. So it was their last chance of being parents, of being able to have a reproductive capacity and have extended their lineage to the next generation, which is now prevented." In a research conducted during the genocide between March and April 2024, about 68% of pregnant women had complications, and this is a very high percentage of complications. Among them, 92% had urinary tract infection, 76% had anemia, and many other stuff, among them stillbirth and postpartum hemorrhage. Israel has prevented the supply of anesthetics, so women, men, children had to go through multiple operations without any anesthetics, among them cesarean section for women exclusively. That entails opening the 7 layers of women's body without any anesthetics, which is a very painful and traumatizing experience that would hinder many women of thinking of pregnancy again, and would hinder other women who are seeing what's happening to the reproducing pregnant women from trying or hoping to be pregnant themselves, and that would affect the ability of the community, all the community, to reproduce. One of my friends, she was happily pregnant after 10 years of her and her husband trying to be pregnant. After the Israeli genocide started, they were at the north of Gaza. They were ordered, as everyone else, to go to the south of Gaza. It was very difficult to them, but and she was denied, like she wasn't allowed to do that medically because her pregnancy was dangerous. It wasn't very stable, and she needed some like daily injections. However, because of her daily injections were over and she was like due to labor, she and her husband considered going to the south so she can find her injections and also find medical capabilities to make her operation safely if she needed one. And that's why they started to walk to the south of Gaza. And at the checkpoint, or what we call al-Halabat, a female Israeli soldier asked everyone to kneel, but the pregnant woman, my friend Hannah, told them, "I can't. I'm pregnant." And the Israeli female soldier forced her to squat as a punishment. She started squatting, and her husband tried to support her. However, the Israeli soldier punished him and abused him physically, beating him simply. And after that, like after squatting, my friend Hannah fainted and bled a lot. And her husband carried her and went running to the nearest hospital, where she was admitted immediately to the emergency room. It was very difficult, many people there. However, they were able to like having her in labor, and her baby was delivered, however, in a poor health. And this baby also like because he's in a poor health, he needed incubators, but it's damaged because of the Israeli occupation, and no others are did exist because of the Israeli blockade. So the baby is still in a bad health situation. However, my friend, at the same time, she had a postpartum hemorrhage, which is a bleeding after, like a hemorrhage after the labor and delivery. And it's not complicated. It's a simple procedure. There is like some blood materials that they could use, and then the hemorrhage would stop. However, because of the Israeli blockade over Gaza, those materials were prevented in this genocide, and because of that, my friend Hannah was possibly going to bleed until she dies. For that reason, the gynecologist and doctors had to decide to remove her health uterus completely to save her life. And it's a procedure not only done for her, but for many other women, and due to the hemorrhage complications in Gaza. So we understand that as a strategic, holistic thing of preventing pregnant women or women from getting like safe deliveries. And if they did have one, then Israel makes sure that if they had this complication, that they allow it to happen. If they had it, it would be their last time of having babies and being pregnant. The other strategy that Israel uses is against menstruation and challenging hygiene conditions in Gaza. The ongoing intensified Israeli blockade on Gaza, which includes insufficient supply of sanitary products, all of them are denied to the Palestinians in Gaza. It's very bad for the women who are like and girls who are having periods, but it's worse after delivery because the blood or bleeding is more and for longer periods. Hundreds and thousands of women are suffering from acute respiratory infection, jaundice, diarrhea because of the conditions that Israel created that increase the infectious diseases. The impact of insufficient sanitary products is affecting all women, and also forcing them to improvise like cloth and fabric to use like, and sometimes to reuse them because there's no alternative of this cloth also, because it's rare to find them. That increases the UTI infections, vaginal infections, and reproductive health issues for those women. A friend of mine who was jailed by the Israeli occupation within this Israeli genocide over Gaza, she's 19 years old. She told me that while she was at the Israeli prison, she faced a lot of violence that would affect her reproductive health forever. She told me that in the Israeli captivity, we were held in open barracks in Israeli settlements in Al-Quds, Jerusalem. They were very annoying to us when we asked for toilet. It was like death. We used to get into toilets with handcuffs and never removed them. We were not allowed to shower or be in tahara, so to purify and be clean for like the religious obligations. They were torturing us a lot in regard to the toilet. Girls who had their period didn't find pads. They were not allowed to have them. They only would give us 1 or 2 baths and insulting and torture us. The weather was too cold. It was below 0. In regular investigations, they used to drag us as animals and insult us because our clothes were filled with blood from the period due to the denial of the period baths. Each time there were steps, they would throw us over them and insult us with plus 18 words that you can read them yourself. The other strategy that Israel uses, and it's very important, is bomb now dilator. And it's a tactic of Arabicide. As part of the ongoing genocide in Gaza, Israel forces have systematically attacked the infrastructure of Gaza. Graham 2005 has called this strategy switching of cities, so they intentionally make Gaza an unlivable place. They bombard and demolish and damage most of the infrastructure of the city. At the same time, they push people and displace them to different spaces to make their life again unlivable. That increases the infectious diseases. That also increases the blood pressure with the stress. It also makes people inhalate toxic materials from the bombardments, from the rubble that is everywhere, and also prevent people from reaching to the basic needed infrastructure like hospitals, educational facilities, and more importantly, their homes and houses, which is their private and intimate space of where reproduction usually happens and people need it for their intimacy. So with all of that damaged together and violated and attacked by the Israeli occupation, they make sure that the reproduction itself is not allowed now, but it's also not allowed in the future. They make sure that people are dying or being killed now, but at the same time, even if the bombardments and murders stop now, the indirect death and murder of infectious diseases, of pollution because of the rubble and the materials Israel have used white phosphorus and uranium, they make sure that those people will continue on dying even after the end of the genocide. About the intimacy, some people are trying to create some spaces for intimacy in Gaza. Among them, in one of the schools, there was a classroom where couples could, married couples could go and have a little bit a private time together. But this is not practical. This is insufficient for a community that's very conservative, and most of them wouldn't go for such solution. But in that itself, Israel makes sure that the community will not be reproducing. Add to that the damage or the direct bombardment of medical infrastructure and the killing of senior doctors and targeting them and attacking them. They make sure that people cannot access healthcare facilities and healthcare, which will induce and increase the complications and reproductive complication, and also their death of other non-communicable diseases and infectious diseases. Add to that with everything that Israel is creating, among them the famine, so more people are being murdered by the famine. Among them, or most of them, are children, and they are more than or about 40 people now. Most of them are children killed with famine, and this is again ending the lineage of this family, killing the potential lives and those lives that does exist. The other technique or strategy that Israel is using is sexual violence as a reproductive violence tool for Arabicide. The weaponization of sexual violence is a long tactic against Palestinians, was used against men, women, and children alike. It increases the trauma and the humiliation, and was documented on a large scale in this genocide. The UN in at the first few months of the genocide have documented that Israel have used sexual violence and raped at least 2 women, and they humiliated multiple women and men by stripping them naked, by sexually harassing them, by putting them in open cages while they are naked, and also videotaping and taking photos of them and publishing them. At the same time, we know about the Siditi man sexual assault, specifically on men, where multiple men were raped by dogs, by sticks, by electric bars, by female and male soldiers. And there is that video that went viral on the 12 Israeli channel, which showed that a Palestinian detainee who was taken blindfolded and cuffed from the ground was raped by 10 Israeli soldiers. So he was gang raped, and he suffered from paralysis after that, and a lot of problems at that area. So when we're thinking about that, it's not just the physical injury, it's not just the trauma, psychological trauma, the humiliation, and all of that. However, we need to think that this is also an attack against reproductive health. This man wouldn't be able to have normal intimacy, he wouldn't be able to produce normally, not only because of his paralysis, but also because of his psychological status. Add to that the other women, men, children who face the same situation, and how that would affect their ability to reproduce normally and become like part of the normal community that should have existed, but it doesn't exist now because of the Israeli occupation practices. So all of those levels of crimes are increasing. Add to them the many incidents of kidnapping children that we don't know anything about them. We know about 2 female or girls who are children. One of them is like months-old, and the other one is 8 years old, Duha Talal. Both of them were kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, and we don't know anything about their destiny until now. The only thing we know is that Israel is known in Haaretz and many other like media platforms or media journals that it is the refuge of pedophiles. So it's very concerning and scary, and it doesn't only affect like those families that does exist right now, but it will affect the position or taking decision of bringing children to life for the Gazans and Palestinians, because they know their children could be kidnapped by the Israeli occupation and they could be sexually assaulted, unfortunately. So as concluding remarks, we need to understand that Palestinians know that Israel is using reproductive genocide as a tactic against them to annihilate them. And for that reason, part of the resistance is to understand that and to fight that. And this is what happens to the father, Fadi, who was the father of 6 children murdered by the Israeli strike. And in an interview, he said, they kill our children so we don't survive. I want to have a child before being killed. I promise I will have more children and will never be annihilated. So Palestinians know that this weapon is used against them to prevent their reproduction and existence. That's why some of them, because of being aware of that, are trying to do what Israel doesn't want them to do, is to reproduce again. Many Palestinians are having such conversation, either to be antinatalist, not to have children, to live the same trauma, and to be tortured in the same way by the Israeli occupation and live a life full of suffering, or to bring children and be resistant to the Israeli policies against their reproductive health, or to hope to have children, but not now, and hoping that better times would come. But again, with better times, in the interview with Dr. Isra Saleh from Gaza, who's a sexual and reproductive health practitioner, she said that many people who are coming to her clinic and telling her they would like to have babies and all of that, and they're trying to follow up on the prenatal care, they're telling her that this time, doctor, could be the best time to have a baby. For us as Palestinians, specifically in Gaza, things only got worse. It never got better. So maybe this time is the better time than the time in the future. So it could be a better time to bring a child than the future. So what we need from all of you is solidarity and action, and not empathy. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Hala Shuman, for your powerful presentation on the assault and reproductive health in Gaza. Our next speaker, Dr. Malaka Muhammad Shweikh. Dr. Malaka is a Palestinian academic from the Gaza Strip based at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland, where she teaches and researches prisons as the spaces of power, resistance, and peace building. She's the author of several works at the intersection of prison, resistance, and power, including Dynamics of Prison Resistance, Hunger Strikes by the Palestinian Political Prisoners in the Israeli Prisons. Most recently, her work was Prison Periods, Bodily Resistance to Gendered Control, published by the Journal of Feminist Scholarship 2022. Malaka presentation titled The Genocide Against Gaza, the Role of Academia in the UK. Please welcome her.
Hello, everyone. It's so lovely to speak in this conference in Malaysia this year. I'm quite sad that I'm not going to be able to make it this year, but hopefully next year I'm going to be able to be with you and to have some further in-person conversation. Thank you once again for the invitation. And today, my contribution is in relation to an article that I've published last year concerning the discourse of resilience. I actually reached a point last year when I was just angry at how often I'm being called resilience, and I channeled this anger in an article that I wrote back last year. I argue in the article that to expect someone struggling with difficulties to stay resilient is dehumanizing because it's a denial of one's own subjectivity. And this more or less reproduction of struggling communities as extraordinary people who will endure all suffering imposed on them strips them of the cores of their human values that literally entails moment of fragilities at time in the corner of our bedrooms away from the public eyes. It also places the burden on them for issues beyond their control. It lifts responsibility of our shoulders and that of the international community, who may consider a specific community resilient enough and undeserving of support, which of course inflict further harm and violence upon them, possibly. And in the context of Palestine, the grief and exhaustion often show the impossibility of resilience. Our bodies absorb shocks and traumas, they replay and flash back. We are triggered. Our psychological well-being is never the same, even when we make a move away from home. We leave home, but home with its multiple and constant distresses never leaves us. I do believe that resilience expectation may impose supernatural coping mechanisms on communities struggling with adversities. These expectations romanticizes them as exemplary in enduring injustices, obscure their humanities, and normalize violence, especially structural violence that they continue to experience or reduce its severity. As an alternative discourse to resilience, it's quite important to take into consideration a more collective and caring approach that deals with the root causes of violence instead of ignoring them. In 2013, when I was able to leave Gaza through the Rafah border with Egypt and then to Cairo airport, where I came to the UK, I still remember how the journey would take a few hours, but in an uncertain political situation, it took so much longer. It was dangerous, to say the least. And less than a year after I arrived to the UK, an Israeli aggression on Gaza in 2014 began. And my family, who lives in the very eastern part of Gaza, were forced to evacuate their homes as the bullets and artillery shelling got just much closer. And as the Israeli attacks intensified, I was continuously asked how I remain strong or how I am managing. In reality, I was hardly able to get in touch with family back home. Deep inside, I was not sure whether I was coping or if I was strong, as implied by the questions. And all that I wanted really was the safety of my family. I cared less about discourses and metaphors. And in 2021, my home experienced yet another Israeli aggression, and this time it was worse in its intensity. I remember the videos I saw on Twitter of airstrikes that were terrifying, not like anything I've seen before. And the new Israeli F-35 jets launched loud and constant airstrikes. I would hear them live as I spoke with my parents via WhatsApp. It was difficult to observe those from afar, let alone live through them. And once again, I was constantly asked how I was handling it all, living away from family while they faced endless violence. I was asked, or it was implied to me in emails and elsewhere, what mechanism I used to cope with such violence. And it was not long before I actually realized that coping with difficulties and rising or bouncing back from adversities is the ultimate definition of resilience. I started to realize the limits of resilience narrative through teaching and research, especially through conversations with students and colleagues, and through research, especially on Northern Ireland, which is a region that has experienced much pain and suffering throughout the 20th century and beyond. And my research got me to see and read about several murals in and around the world. And one in Belfast reads as follows: "Stop calling me resilient, because every time you say, oh, they are resilient, that means you can do something else to me. I am not resilient." These are the words of Tracy Washington, who is the president of the Louisiana Justice Institute, who requested that policymakers and media stop calling Hurricane Katrina and the oil spill victims resilient. Rejecting this resilient framework, she added, and I'm quoting, "We were not born to be resilient. We are conditioned to be resilient. I don't want to be resilient. I want to fix the things that create the need for us to be resilient in the first place." So these are mostly the words of Tracy Washington, president of the Louisiana Justice Institute. Now, taking Tracy Washington's words into consideration does not mean only refraining from the resilience terminology, but also focusing on identifying then challenging and changing methods and actors that produce the need to be resilient in the first place. So instead of expecting any vulnerable community to cope with adversities, the International Development Organization, which are popular in their usage of resilience discourse, but also other institutions and individuals and states, should define experiences using the population's own terms and hold oppressors accountable while digging deeper to tackle the root causes of violence. Recently, I've started to realize that the main problem in resilience questions is a problem of expectations. In other words, individuals and communities have a right to not be resilient, They also have a right to be resilient. No one should expect someone to be the latter, as in no one should expect someone to be resilient. These expectations add further burden on already suffering communities when part of the human experience entails moments of fragility. And expecting people going through difficulties to deny themselves or murder their subjectivity can be dehumanizing in how it deals with them, as if they have supernatural coping mechanism that can endure anything, imposing more or less of mythical terms. It reduces them to rigidly emotionless bodies detached from feelings of vulnerability. It also romanticizes them as exemplary in coping with adversities, obscuring their humanity and even diminishing the depravity of oppressive projects that work to maintain control over them. Palestine is a prime example and a popular field to experiment with resilience for international development groups, more particularly, often based in the West, and aim to teach and train communities how to cope with violence. This takes place within a context of asymmetric Israeli violence in Palestine caused by continuous illegal settlement building in the West Bank, occupation, colonization, confiscation of resources, and arbitrary arrest in all parts of Palestine. Of course, international development organizations continue to use the language of resilience liberally. It has become more of a buzzword in these spaces. They organize courses, workshops, training, schools, curriculum, and policies to teach the most oppressed communities how to be resilient in the face of injustice. And resilient is not merely a useless word, but also a discourse, a way of thinking, and a policy implemented during adversities to cope with violence without tackling root causes of such violence. In this context, language becomes vital, more specifically when applied by international development organizations. Resilience feels deep-rooted traumas, and it becomes harder to extract those veils or those veils. Resilience may help in alleviating negative consequences for such traumas, but it does not advocate for structurally political, economic, and social change. When traumas are largely disregarded, the result is a reproduction of a status quo that ensures the continuation of violence. International resilience programs may perpetuate the status quo by creating dependency on foreign money. Palestine and Palestinians offer a prime example of such dependency, where the overemphasis on foreign-funded resilience program relieves Israel from occupation costs. Today, with less international funding available for Palestinians, the language of resilience has become more and more popular among international development organizations. Its positive connotation make it attractive to development organizations that are struggling to locate funds to support regions facing adversities. It's often advertised as a way to promote a sense of coping and to encourage Palestinians to better adapt to the negative effects, as an article by Brendan Brown and Keelan say, encourage Palestinians to better adapt to the negative effects of Israeli colonial policies rather than actively seek ways of overcoming them. Interestingly enough, the resilience agenda has even been encoded and enshrined in the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which emerged in 2015. It has framed the requisite action needed for a country to get development aid. The Palestinian National SDGs the Sustainable Development Goals are full of resilience vocabulary for educational, health, and other usages. In one instance, a report stipulates poverty reduction relies on rebuilding the resilience of the poor and vulnerable households. What resilience expectation do here is push the resilient subject to struggle to adapt themselves. In other words, the subjects are expected to adapt to the dangerousness of the world for them to partake in that world. The result of such an imposed elasticity is pushing them or pushing the most disadvantaged towards this inexecutable elasticity while maintaining structural inequality and leaving hegemonic power structures intact. And also internationally led resilience efforts, also often top-down deliverance, tend to be divorced from local reality. They may attempt to discount and distance the local population and their knowledge from any discussion on justice and peace, dealing with them in a one-size-fits-all approach. Resilience policies don't challenge Israeli settler policies or advocate for political changes. Excuse me, honey, I'm in the office. I have to keep turning the light on. Okay, just a second. Okay, now it's back. I was just saying that resilience policies don't challenge Israeli settler practices or advocate for political changes, but only provide support to deal with some consequences of such practices. They don't dig deep to hold root causes of violence, but only deal with some of its symptoms. And resilience here may become a tool of further oppression and a way to maintain a violent status quo, at times in forms of further structural and psychological violence that remains untouched. It also depoliticizes the Palestinian struggle for justice by expecting the already suffering population to keep with colonial violence. Moving forward, how can we move beyond resilience and towards collective care when dealing and speaking and writing about the question of Palestine? I mean, despite constant local critiques of its dehumanizing nature and why the international community continues to struggle with budget allocation, the resilience agenda roll onward by this international development organization continue in their attempts to make crises appear individual when individual facing oppressions have no control over their hardships. And at the heart of resilience expectations is an ignorance of layers of structural violence and subsequent pains. These expectations may minimize and even normalize violence and reduce its severity. Both violence and resistance in which individuals may choose to remain steadfast or to cope are deeply structural and collective, and any individualization of either lets states and humanitarian groups off the hook for more structural issues instead of dealing with the existing ones. In Palestinian refugee camps, more particularly, the individualistic approach to resilience show an ignorance of the communal and relational nature of Palestinian society that centers collective approaches in dealing with hardships. Palestinian families tend to offer the most support to individuals struggling. They provide communal spaces for members facing wars and conflicts, which in themselves are collective experiences and where suffering is reproduced in collective social contexts. The language used in collective caring approaches is one that centers care and avoids expectation of bouncing back from adversities. It gives oppressed communities spaces and a time to heal. It embraces vulnerability without undermining one's values or identities, including political identities. It acknowledges that anyone may go through difficulties even if we don't see signs of vulnerabilities. More of these collective approaches are needed. There is also a need for an alternative language that is more caring, a language that is not about expecting but respecting the way we all feel at times of difficulties. It's also about embracing differences in the way we respond to such adversities, taking people as they come and accepting our human experience in its totality. This speech and the article that I've written last year on resilience is also a reminder that the less fortunate and privileged communities, those who are in constant fear and traumas, and the ones who regularly experience war and grief are humans. They don't choose resilience. Palestinians I met during and outside my fieldwork are tired of being object of work that expect their constant strength. They don't want to remain stories of documentaries or TV series, but want collective justice and dignity. And of course, success in the face of hardship may deserve praise, but we should question whether praising resilience or kind of really centering resilience as the solution to hardship is the way forward. There are many who may survive hardships, whether in conflict zones or beyond. But what often remains unchallenged by those expecting resilient populations are the traumas they live through and the root causes of their struggles. The conversation I had with my interlocutors and Palestinians here around my neighborhoods show how resilience narrative at times may silence the suffering of those who need compassion and care the most. It may push for binary understanding and classification of people when some are able or choose to be resilient and others unable or choose not to be so. The former is seen positively in society and the latter are not only disapproved or criticized, but also blamed for not managing to cope with difficulties as if it was their individual fault. When individualizing this process, societal structure, whether it's when individualizing this process, societal structures, whether it's governments and non-governmental actors or non-governmental actor or international development organization may not be held accountable for failing these individuals, right? And resilience alternative involve cutting ties with liberal discourses that either dehumanize the oppressed or romanticize them in mythical terms. A more critical alternative language acknowledge the reality of asymmetrical power relations and structural injustices while centering the language that the oppressed communities deem right. This language will move us towards tackling root causes of injustice and resisting all forms of oppression instead of expecting already struggling population to cope with them. It will allow us to be tired, to relax, to cry, to be the way we willingly choose to be, and to embrace it. It will allow us to surrender to our emotions in their totality. A Palestinian psychologist, Rami Armila, he's a social and cultural psychologist. He relates to me in 2022, last year or 2 years ago. He said, instead of trying to dull our feelings, we should surrender to them. Today, we must embody the emotions that are fundamental to social change, revolution, and justice. May they guide us on our path to freedom or to liberation, in his words. In Palestine, a long history of imperial and colonial violence has resulted in multi-generational trauma that continues to be ignored. Instead, the Palestinians are cherished for being resilient. While the resilience narrative is currently attached to Palestinian, it also, of course, affects and is used to label the colonized, oppressed, and marginalized people worldwide. But we should not expect anyone to hide their struggles to deal with adversities with positivity and strength. Instead, we should ask ourselves how they got into a situation where they should even require such resilience. How can we prevent further trauma and end all forms of structural violence? What are the root causes of such violence? And equally important, why the resilience discourse persists despite critiques? Who benefit from such discourse and the attempts to make crises appear individual or to make, violence appears individual as well, I guess here. But in reality, both colonial violence and coping mechanism to survive are deeply structural and collective, right? Does this individualization let states and humanitarian organization off the hook for more structural issues instead of dealing with the existing one? I just want to say that I fear that the expectation of Palestinian resilience normalizes and enable more Israeli violence. It risks freeing the international community from its ethical responsibility to do more in order to pull or to put an end to injustice. And if violence is hardly protested, it will continue with impunity. We need to do more with greater agency to stop the constant Israeli aggression on Gaza today. We should organize more, speak up, pray, above all, educate to end this injustice against the Palestinians of Gaza. And it's time that our experience is defined by our own terms. Resilience is not the right discourse. Resistance may be better because the key to supporting decolonial struggles is resisting structural issues and challenging power dynamics instead of ignoring them. This is a collective responsibility that should be shared by all of us, individuals, groups, and states. It requires political actions and demanding of accountability more than anything else. If those structural issues are not dealt with, the result will be merely a reproduction of the pre-existing status quo, one which is inherently violent. People who wish to support Palestine need to stop thinking of us as extraordinary human beings who as I have been repeatedly told, are quote-unquote chosen to live in the Holy Land. It's time to stop expecting supernatural coping mechanism from us. The reality is far from the romanticized version of resilient Palestinian. The reality is that we are not exemplary in how we may endure it all. We should call things for what they are. The conditions in Gaza are inhumane. They are also human-made, and they can and must be removed to enable justice and freedom to prevail. The condolences, the regrets, the apologies, the remorse, the shame will not mean a thing. It is what we do to save lives that only matter. And romanticizing Palestinians, expecting us to show our strength, resilience, and patience through it all imposes mythical terms on our experience and our everyday struggles. It obscures our humanity, reduces the depravity of Israeli violence, and ignores other forms of violence, especially the structural violence that we continue to face every day. Our loved ones in Gaza have not chosen this violence. No one chooses to be treated this unjustly. The reality is that many Palestinians in Gaza are trying to leave to find safety wherever they can. Of course, they will continue, and they continue to be connected to the land even beyond their exit from Gaza. The response of the international community needs to be stronger to put an end to this madness. They can start by thinking of Palestinians as human beings who have feelings and daily struggles, even if and when we don't show or share them. To expect us always to show strength and patience rather than fragility and vulnerability is inhumane. We should not be asked how we are managing or why we're still smiling. It's wrong. It is wrong to demand resilience from oppressed people. We need action that is immediate and global. We need resistance from outside Gaza to the form of oppression we face, while the root causes, which may force us to try to cope because we have no other choice, are tackled. Thank you so much once again for having me. And I hope next year I can be with you in person. Thank you, and I hope the conference has been or is going to be is going to include a lot of engagement, and hopefully it can contribute to end this current madness that we see in Gaza. Thank you once again, and keep it up. Keep speaking for Gaza and for Palestine until hopefully we see justice prevail soon. Thank you so much, and take care of yourself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malaka, for your insightful address on the responsibility of academia in times of genocide. As we come to the end of our conference, I would like to invite Professor Mohammed Nazari bin Ismail, Director of the Hashim Sani Center for Palestine Studies, University of Malaya, to deliver the closing remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we have come to the end of our conference. This is like a formality. I wish I don't have to play the role of this formal closing remarks, but I have to. There were a lot of things to digest. We digested a lot. Of course, the food was a lot to digest. There is more food coming after this for us to digest. But the topics that were presented also were very challenging to digest because they came from so many angles. There was sociological, philosophical from Dr. Hispani. There was literature, journalistic from Anuk. Political, maybe from Muhammad Shahada, and then a committee skill. Unique one from Yusuf. Medical, we had medical presentation as well. We had artificial intelligence angle of the genocide. So there were approaches on the issue of genocide from so many angles. Very challenging to digest, as I said, but for me personally, it's very good because it helps to keep the mind, senior people like me, the minds remain young and fit because it has to work to understand. Also make the mind more resilient, to use the last phrase presented by Dr. Malaka just now. At the same time, while listening, you cannot feel also emotionally affected because of the discussion on atrocities and violence, extreme violence that are being perpetrated, and which is ongoing. So that also affects us not only mentally but also emotionally. So it's very, very challenging. But I am at the same time looking at the level of atrocity. I'm reminded by what Professor Ilan Pape said, that the level of atrocity is actually also an indication of how near the end of Zionism is. The more the higher the level of atrocity, it shows that Zionism is coming nearer to the end. So that kind of makes me at the same time give the spirit. When you see the atrocity, you see it's coming to an end. So inshallah, one day we hope that, it sounds very strange, but I wanted to say this, that we don't have to organize the conference on Palestine studies anymore, because there is already peace and freedom and liberation of Palestine. But at the same time, I'm also thinking about post-Zionism and how we don't want injustice to persist as what is happening now in South Africa. We see the end of apartheid, but at the same time, we see a lot of injustice ongoing, to the point that many South Africans say that the situation in South Africa now is the same as during the time of apartheid. Do we want to see Palestine in the future where Palestinians say that it was the same as when it was under Zionism, under the exile of Zionism? So how do you make sure that that is not going to happen? So the end of Zionism in Palestine is for me inevitable. In a way, therefore, this is not only what I'm saying, it's also being stated by people like Ilan Pape, who has studied Zionism and also history of Palestine, etc. He is very convinced that the end is coming very, very soon. At the same time, me, from the financial, economic angle, I'm very convinced, because there is no way this project can continue. I've always my understanding is that this was a settler colonial project financed by people who want to make money out of it. They wanted to make money and they will support it as long as it can make money for them. The moment these people see that Zionism is not going to help them make money, they will abandon Zionism. The one that are really the real true victim of Zionism are those Zionists who are willing to give their life for Zionism. These are going to not only suffer here but also suffer in the hereafter. But they are dying for no reason. But those who are very cunning are using these people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for Zionism, but they stay at the back and benefit from this settler colonial project, and they will abandon Zionism when they see that it's not going to help them make money and profit out of it. The financing of it is not realistic. It's impossible. It's going to an end because now the chief financier of the Zionist project is now going bankrupt. They cannot afford the interest being paid by the US government alone is more than $1 trillion a year. They cannot even raise the money to pay the interest. They need to borrow money in order to pay the interest. So how far can they go? Of course, they can continue to pray. It would take a lot of time for me to explain the nature of the system. The reason why they are able to do this for such a lengthy period at the moment, not as lengthy as the freedom, the struggle in Algeria and Indonesia, etc., but nevertheless, these few decades, the reason is because they are able to finance is because the money that they are using to finance does not exist physically. If the money that is used to finance the settler colonial project is physical money, it would have ended a long time ago. But because this money doesn't exist, it's digital. It's now digital. It's created from thin air. So what happens is that they finance it using something which doesn't exist, but the outcome of it will benefit a few people tremendously. They are making billions and billions, but the ordinary Americans are the ones who are suffering. And because of this war, because of this settler colonial project in Palestine, they are ending up on the streets of Philadelphia, New York, San Diego. You go there, you will see thousands of Americans living in the streets because the income that they earn from their work cannot pay for the rent, their apartments, because the value of the money has gone down because it's created from thin air, and therefore the value is going down all the time. And more Americans are going to go on the street because of what is happening, and therefore the American public will not be able to accept it in the future. The whole thing will collapse. And for me, it's not going to be very long for that to happen. It's inevitable that, of course, only Allah knows exactly when it's going to happen. So that will be the scenario that is going to take place, and therefore, inshallah, don't worry about it. It will end. It's just that we have to be patient and continue to do what we need to do, which is to contribute to the struggle to end Zionism. And also, this is what I want to share with our Palestinian brothers, to think about post-Zionism. Because the cunning people who are behind all this settler colonial project will want to make sure that they remain in power, and that there will still be injustice if you do not plan the post-Zionism scenario properly. There will be a group of people, the system will be there to ensure they will be there and benefit from post-Zionism situation, and the ordinary people will still be victimized, just as the ordinary Americans are currently being victimized. So you are thinking about what's happening here. I'm thinking about not only in Palestine, but also in Malaysia and also in America, because this is an injustice that's ongoing and already proven to us in the case of South Africa. So how do you make sure that you really have liberation and freedom for in the real sense of the word, not only from Zionism but also from injustice of the system?
Yeah, I have one point.
Oh, this is a unique keynote address. I got a question.
Sorry, I have one point here because you just mentioned South Africa. So that means South Africa has already liberated from apartheid, but now, according to what you mentioned, is still colonized in that financial system.
From that, the system to discuss it will take longer, but you cannot deny the fact that there is injustice going on in South Africa, but not also in South Africa, not only in South Africa, sorry, also in America and also in Malaysia. But of course, it cannot be compared in terms of violence, in terms of physical violence to Palestine. The physical violence is of another level in Palestine, but in other places there is also injustice, not in the same physical violence way, but against people on the streets, whereas others are having billions and billions. So is that what you want to have in your country? So you have to figure out how to make sure that that's not going to happen. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to present another address. Just I want to express our appreciation to our keynote speakers, especially those who came from far away, from Denmark, from London, from Doha, from Turkey, come all the way here to spend 2 full days here. Very tiring. Some Brother Hizani still cannot get over his jet lag and still have to present paper. By the time he goes back, he's still having another jet lag. So thank you very much. Thank you to the paper presenters as well. And also, of course, even though the management of IARS is not here, I want to express my sincerity to them. Also, we want to express to them because we have the usage for free of this very nice place. The facility is very nice. Inshallah, hopefully we will try to organize the same conference again this place in the future. But as I said, hopefully we don't have to organize because the injustice in Palestine, we want it to end as soon as possible, inshallah. What else I want to say is that what else tonight? We also have I will change my hat to another hat, which is this. But I'll offer my shirt.
PDS.
This will be tonight. And then from the speaker, it will be converted to this. Sorry, bit of action. Oh, you have to read tonight. Testing. Can you hear? Testing. Not here? Sorry. Oh, I'm supposed to be speaking here. Sorry. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.